Good morning, everyone. Let's see.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We'll wait a few more minutes before we still have some time. Let's see. I'm going to go ahead and tell you, we did Microsoft Teams this year with virtual. So Zoom, I've been practicing. So I know some of my teacher friends did Zoom, but we didn't. Let's see. I sent everyone the agenda. Lunch, you can just log off of Zoom from 12 to 1, and we'll probably take a break in between the lessons too, because we're probably going to need that break to run to the restroom or whatever. But feel free to run to the restroom if you need to, just like normal workshops that we do in person.
Can you email the agenda? I'm having trouble. I can't get it to download. All it says is the file does not exist.
All right, I do not have y'all's email addresses, but let me see. I have them.
Or if you can just attach it again, maybe.
Yeah. All right. I can, I'll tell you what, I'll attach it again and then text Allie to see if she can just email it to y'all too. Okay, let's see, we have some more coming in.
It looks like that worked.
Okay, perfect. All right, so just we have about 30 something signed up. So I'll just have to, we're going to go ahead and start though. We're not going to wait for them. I know this is some of you, I know through competitions and stuff and different workshops, but this is a little different than what we've done in the past. But I think there are some good things that's come out of this crazy COVID year. And one is making myself step outside of my comfort zone, and virtual was one of them. Last spring, I hated everything virtual. And of course, then I got done with some virtual classes this past semester. So it became easier with me. So that's good. Also, one thing is learning new ways to do things. And that's how I created this workshop. It's not so much of a workshop as you're basically going to be interacting just like a student would. Now, granted, we do not have a long time to do like the full lesson. So this workshop's never been done before. So we may have an agenda, but it's going to require flexibility because I mean, lessons usually go longer than possibly 60 minutes, depending on your students. Also, one thing is I'm going to be posting a lot of links in the chat window if you want to have your chat window opened up. Normally in my classroom, I have Canvas, so I will give them links through the chat and Teams and Canvas and stuff, but we're going to have to be a little flexible since all of us use different platforms virtually. But just a little bit about myself, and then I'll talk more about the workshop. Christy Walker, I've been doing stuff with the Mississippi Council on Econ Education for about 15 years now, which is weird that it's been that long. But I teach at Germantown High School. I taught AP Macro Econ, AP Micro Econ, and then had some virtual econ and virtual government with some face-to-face government this past year. And then next year, I'll have the same stuff without virtual, but I'm going to be taking back over AP Gov. So, you know, just finished my 21st year of teaching. So I like variety now. You get bored sometimes being stuck in the same thing. So, but the way that I've created this workshop is showing you ways that you can take these lessons and tweak it to make it work for your classroom. I think virtual is here to stay. When we had the ice storms, and I know in Madison County, we've been hit with some really bad storms where different parts of the county was without light, which caused us to switch to a virtual day. So I don't think virtual is going away. So the question is, how can we take the lessons that we have and make them work virtually? And that's sort of kind of what I've done with this workshop is using different, I don't know how many of you use Socrative. I know my elementary child, my fourth grader, they used it a lot this past year. So we'll do some stuff through that. Of course, we're all familiar with Kahoot. And one beauty about these lessons through the Council on Econ Education is they have most of this stuff already created for you. So really all you have to do is just take it and run with it. I've just now started using Nearpod and have become a little obsessed with Nearpod. It's pretty awesome. The one that we're doing was created by the Council on Econ Ed. It's already there for you. There is absolutely nothing you do. You just create you an account, save it to your library, give the students the code, and you run with it. One more website is Poll Everywhere. I came across this one when I went to a institute in DC about 6 years ago, and it's a great website to sort of kind of poll. So basically with these lessons, if it says like, hey, ask students this question, I have taken those types of not really activities, but parts of the lesson, and I've put it into one of those platforms. And that's basically what today is about. So if, I tell you what, I've got so much stuff on my screen real quick. Let me pull up the agenda and we'll look at it together just to give you an idea of what we're doing. Here we go. All right, let me share my screen. All right, so let's look at the agenda real quick. Peter G. Peterson Foundation. Let's look at that real quick. I don't know if you know much about this foundation. They're the ones who worked with the Council on Economic Education to create these lessons on COVID and fiscal policy and how to teach concepts through this past year, everything we've experienced. Years ago, back in 2007, they've actually created a documentary called IOUSA. A lot of you may be familiar with that documentary. That is the same foundation. They are a nonprofit, nonpartisan foundation. And so what they basically do is they want to teach people and inform people about the national debt, the dangers of the national debt, fiscal responsibility. And again, it's not Republican, a Democrat, a political party ideology, none of that stuff. They're nonpartisan, nonprofit. And that's what their goal is. So they're the ones who actually work with the Council on Econ Education to create these lessons that we're doing today. So we're actually going to just watch a snippet. We're not going to do the whole thing of these videos that are actually on YouTube. They have uploaded them on YouTube. I quit showing the documentary because here's a little eye-opening stat, which is scary. I quit showing the documentary because the information, the data was not up to date. At the time of the documentary in 2007, 2008, the national debt was $7 to $8 trillion. Today is getting close to $30 trillion. I think it's 28. We'll look at it later. So, but even though the numbers are no longer correct, the problems of it and the solutions are still the same. So we'll talk about how you can take some of these little video clips and use them in your classroom. We're going to do the lesson again, 9:30 to 10:30 may not be enough time, but it's not necessarily to complete the lesson as to grade it like I would my students. It's to show you, to simulate basically what you can do in your classroom and hopefully introduce new ways to take these lessons. 10:30 to 11:30, another lesson, economics response. And then we're going to take the Kahoot review that they created for us and do. 12 to 1, you can log off of Zoom or just, mute everything or whatever. That's going to be our lunch. 1 to 2, we're going to do another lesson from the council who gets spelled out. And then I'm going to introduce the fiscal ship simulation. Now, a lot of you may be familiar with the fiscal ship simulation, but the issue is if you don't know really how to do it correctly in the classroom, it's not going to be beneficial to the students. You can't just sort of kind of throw it out there. It gets confusing. My husband teaches and coaches at Madison Ridgeland Academy, and he used the fiscal ship simulation a little differently this past year. He teaches econ too. We're econ nerds. He did it as a whole class, whereas I did it individually with my face-to-face students. And then I had to be a little unique and creative to do it with my virtual students, but it can be done virtually. So I just wanted to show you, walk you through how to understand how to make it work and give you some hints on how to make that work. And then from 2:30 to 3, I'll give you a little 8-question quiz and Socrative, and then I will give you the eval link for the workshop. So they'll have everything they need. So anyway, that's a little bit about today. Again, we may take a little break between the 2 lessons in the morning, the 10:30, about 10:30, we'll take maybe a little 5-minute break if you need to run to the restroom. Please feel free to, we're grown adults. But anyway, if you have any questions, feel free to unmute yourself and ask. I will say this, if you put questions in the chat, a lot of times I'm not going to necessarily see those while I'm teaching or presenting. That was sort of kind of with Microsoft Teams this past year. I'm so focused and the chat is sort of kind of hidden, which I can show it, but it gets a little distracting when all these little chat things pop up and you're asking me a question. Feel free to chat to each other if you want to. But yeah, if you want to stop me at any time and ask, feel free to unmute yourself and come on in. Let me see if I have any more to admit real quick. No. All right, so let me talk about IOUSA. I'm gonna pull this. I really did just exit out of all my links. Oh well. All right, just give me a second here. I'm having some issues. Okay. There we go. All right, so some of you are familiar with the debt clock. And usually when I teach, before I do anything, I show this to the students. Now, if you have not gotten on this in a while, they have changed it and updated it. It's actually a little bit more distracting somewhat. There's a whole ton of information that they've put on this, and you don't go over all this stuff. It's a little bit too much. But what I do point out are several things to the students. First, here is in the top left corner, you can see the US national debt has inched towards $28 trillion. Again, the IOUSA video that we'll look at, I stopped showing the documentary because at the time of the documentary, it was 8 trillion. And so, but YouTube now has a shortened version of the documentary, which is what I'm going to show you today. So I point out the US national debt. We look at the US federal spending, which is 6.7 trillion. And if you look to the green, the total US federal tax revenue is 3.4 trillion. So if you subtract those two numbers, how much government is spending versus how much tax revenue coming in, then you can see sort of kind of where the deficit is. So that's where it says in red, the deficit. is 3.2 trillion. Now, those are some vocab words that we're going to cover in the very first lesson, which is why I chose to intervene or not to intervene in a crisis. Why I chose that lesson first, because it's important for students before they look at who gets bailed out, what is a stimulus package, what is fiscal, all this stuff. They got to know this basic terminology. So, but this is pretty eye-opening to see that the U.S. national debt from about 2007, which was about 7 to 8 trillion, to 2021, it has grown about $20 trillion just in that time frame. And again, the Peterson Foundation, and I can't stress this enough, because I think this issue wants to be made into a political ideology, like whose fault is it? It's your fault. It's your fault. Well, it's everybody's fault. And that's what I love about the IOUSA. It's like, it's not pointing fingers. It's saying, look, this is what we're going to have to do. And these are the issues that we are facing if this does not get reined in. Another issue that, I'm going to scroll down so you can see. Wait, I don't think y'all can y'all see that website? Okay, you can, because I didn't share my screen. I shared the PowerPoint. So I was worried that I got caught doing that with Microsoft Teams. I was sharing one screen talking and nobody wanted to stop and say, Ms. Walber, we can't see that. Right here, hold on, is the debt to GDP ratio. There it is, right here, where it says US federal debt to GDP ratio is 128%. At the time of IOUSA in 2007, it was 60%.
Walker,
Yes.
I think whatever website you're using right now, we can't see. We can see PowerPoint.
Oh, no, I want you to see the website. Okay, I'm going to share my entire screen, which is going to be a little annoying to some of y'all. That's what I was wondering. All right, I'm going to, thank you for, I'm just going to do my whole desktop. So.
Now,
all right. Okay, sorry about that. We get all these kinks worked out. All right, so you can see in the top left corner now, there's the US national debt at 28 trillion. Here's the spending that as of now, there is the US federal tax revenue. So that's what I was saying earlier with the deficit, if you subtract those two numbers. So what economists normally look at is not how big the national debt is. What they normally look at is how big is the debt compared to the US, our gross domestic product. Which of course we can't teach that, but that's, if you put your cursor over that, you can see at the top of the screen, it defines it for you. So that's another cool thing about this website. But our GDP is $22 trillion and the national debt is $28 trillion. And so when you look at these two, our debt is bigger than our economy. And that's where the 128% comes in. The higher that number gets, the more concerning it becomes to economists. Now, economists do disagree on exactly what percent that would be, but you don't want your debt larger than your GDP. And so that's how economists look at it. I know, a lot of times I even say like, oh my gosh, we're at $28 trillion, but it's not necessarily the 28 as it is, how does the 28 compare to the GDP? And that's usually all I point out when I start teaching about deficits, national debt, what is fiscal policy and things like that. Now, if you do teach econ, you can always come in to look at workforce and unemployment numbers and things like that. Here is the largest budget items. You can see Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, defense and war, then interest. That's another thing that's concerning because the more that government has to allocate to pay on their interest in the budget, that's money taken away from other programs. And again, that's the fundamental issue with econ. It's looking at the choices and the opportunity cost of those choices. But I will say this, if you use this years ago, you can tell that it has grown a lot. They've put more information. But definitely you just want to not become overwhelmed with this. It's just focus on just a few of those terms. So let's look at IOUSA. Again, I have the DVD, it's about 90 minutes, But now what I do is I just take a few of these updated clips that the Peterson Foundation has, they have put on YouTube for your use. We're just going to watch. We're not going to watch the full 30 minutes. I may just fast forward here and there, but what I love about IOUSA is it's very, I'm not going to say entertaining, but it's not one of those boring 1980s where they're talking in a monotone voice. They are really, really good at capturing your attention, giving graphics, pictures throughout history. What has it done? So, and again, if something happens and you can't see what's going on, please let me know, because working out all these kinks here.
Argue that the most serious threat to the United States is not someone hiding in a cave in Afghanistan or Pakistan, but our own fiscal irresponsibility.
What hit the economy first was a housing slump. Fears spread to Wall Street. Consumers tightened their purse strings.
U.S. Federal Reserve cut its key interest rate by 0.5 point.
The I word, inflation, is coming to the
Major
fore.
developments on the lending crisis in the U.S.
Oil and gold prices are spiking.
You're right here on our financial
And
market.
as complicated as where we are in the election cycle.
Huge disconnect between Wall Street and Main Street.
Who is David Walker and why should we care? He's the nation's top accountant, the Comptroller General of the United States. He's totaled up the government's income, liabilities, and future obligations and concluded that our current standard of living is unsustainable unless some drastic action is taken. And he's not alone.
We suffer from a fiscal cancer. It is growing within us. And if we do not treat it, it could have catastrophic consequences for our country.
How big is the federal debt?
I don't know. I'm guessing quite a bit. I know it's a heck of a lot more than it was probably 10 years ago.
Well, take a stab at it.
69 billion.
It's probably huge.
What if I told you it was $8.7 trillion?
That's pretty crazy. Wow. Shouldn't be that way.
$8.7 trillion. Just how much money is that? With a number this large, it helps to compare it to the overall size of America's economy, what economists call the gross domestic product, or GDP. In February 2007, when our federal debt was $8.7 trillion, our GDP was around $13.5 trillion. That meant that our federal debt was about 64% of our GDP. This level of debt to GDP is not the real problem. It's where we're headed that matters. If you were to add up all the federal government's unfunded promises for Medicare and Social Security, you would see that as of September 30, 2007, America had dug itself into a $53 trillion hole, and it's getting deeper by at least $2 to $3 trillion every year by doing nothing. Unfortunately, with increasing budget deficits and recent government bailouts, we're now digging even faster. America faces 4 serious deficits today. The first is a budget deficit. The second is a savings deficit. The third is a balance of payments deficit, of which the trade deficit is a subset. And the fourth and most serious of all is a leadership deficit.
How can this be happening to the richest country in the world?
Well, we've lost our way, quite frankly. Let me tell you how we got to where we are. Today's federal debt is the sum of all of our annual budget deficits and surpluses going back to the beginning of our federal government. Our war for independence created much of our early debt, and by March 4th, 1789, the first day of our federal government, our national debt was $75 million, which was about 40% of our economy. This terrified our founding fathers, and they acted quickly to pay it down. We didn't stay there for long. The Civil War not only had a huge human cost, it brought the United States to the brink of bankruptcy. However, like before, we paid our debt down quickly. In 1913, the Federal Reserve System was created to help manage the nation's money supply and to oversee national banks. That year was also the birth of the modern income tax. World War I was supposed to be the war to end all wars. Several years later, the Great Depression brought with it extreme economic hardship for millions of Americans.
This Social Security measure gives at least some protection to 30 millions of our citizens.
It is insurance that you and your employer have bought and paid for.
World War II was a time of sacrifice. And while the government took on unprecedented levels of debt, Americans bought savings bonds to finance our winning the war.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Humphrey Bogart.
Our fighting men have just won history's greatest victory for freedom. Buy bonds for their future and for your own future.
We've got another bond to buy.
It's official. It's all over. It's total victory.
The large military and social spending practices of the 1960s and 70s were two key factors that led to a major economic downturn by the end of the 1970s. The 1980s saw the rise of supply-side economics.
It's morning again in America.
Reaganomics.
You're the trickle-down theory guy.
I bet my reputation on it.
The controversial Laffer curve proposed that lower marginal tax rates would eventually generate higher tax revenues. The theory did have its critics.
Let me just give you a difference that I have with Governor Reagan on taxes. It is what I call a voodoo economic policy.
For decades, we have piled deficit upon deficit, mortgaging our future and our children's future for the temporary convenience of the present.
Read my lips.
The debate over supply-side economics continues to this day. But what is not debatable is that the federal debt exploded in the 1980s. A fundamental shift had occurred. America was becoming addicted to debt. Never before in our history had so much debt been created during an era of relative peace and prosperity. Yes, the Cold War ended, but it came at an extremely high price, and people from across the political spectrum were becoming very alarmed.
We come here today, Democrats and Republicans, to celebrate a true milestone for our nation. In a few moments, I will sign into law the first balanced budget in a generation.
Politics of sound fiscal policy are very difficult because the natural inertia in the political system, if you will, is toward federal programs, most of which are very useful. And therefore, the inertia is towards spending on the one hand and tax cuts on the other hand. But if you're going to have sound fiscal conditions, you have got to both constrain your spending and you also have to provide for adequate revenues. And what ultimately is involved are very difficult trade-off decisions involving federal programs and what the American people want their government to do, and then providing the means to pay for it.
All right, so that is going to be a segue into our first lesson. Now, just a few things I want to, these clips are in YouTube and they have a shortened 30-minute, that's what that was. Now, I'm not going to show you the full 30 minutes version of IOUSA. Also, they have now, and this is a great idea for you can do for your students, even if you're just teaching thinking skills or reading strategies, like I think, and I'm guilty of this, that we get caught up in teaching content that we don't teach the skill. And that's one thing why I went to my principal last year and I'm like, you know, I requested some classes where it can get more skill based, but I can teach the content through the skill I want to try to enhance with them. So there are clips now on solutions, like small, I think there are 5 small clips. And, you know, a great idea that you can do with your students is put them in groups and assign one clip solution to this issue for each to watch and then present. So that's a way that you can sort of kind of cover all of it without spending a lot of your time showing all the clips, but each group can become an expert in one particular solution that IOUSA shares. So that's just a little introduction, but you can see how the information is really out of date now, which is why it's important to maybe go to the US debt clock and give students some updated numbers. But again, like I've said, the solutions and all that other stuff, that it's still the same, sort of kind of the issue, the problem, and how are we going to fix it. So let me, because I do not have Canvas to upload everything, I have created a Google, in my Google, I have 2 Gmail accounts, and I will share with you this too. I've created one that I have uploaded all my econ and all my lessons that I have from every course there for you. So I'll give that to you towards the end of the course so you can have access to any of my econ lessons and activities. I've been working on that this past year, but I've created a Google Drive where I'm going to upload these worksheets for you. So I need to just give me a second here. All right. Oops. So the first lesson that we're going to just walk through is one called to intervene or to not intervene. I will give you the link at the very end how to access any of these lessons. I only chose 3, but there are a lot more you may want to. But again, what we're doing is we're sort of kind of working through the lessons, but I've created this like I would when I had my virtual econ kids. Like, how can I get them to interact? Because I know we all had problems with, they didn't want to talk. So there's this great website. Some of you may have used it before. I love it. It's called Poll Everywhere. It is no charge. And what I'm going to do is, well, try to, oh goodness gracious, there we go. I'm going to give you the link. If everybody can go to this link and answer the questions. And I'm going to pull up and share that screen instead. See, something is going on. Just a second. All right, so as you are answering, I hope I got my screen shared, but you can see that your responses are popping up. Also, if you've never used this, it saves it as a document. So later you can print it out and
It says mine's not supported by this browser, so I don't know if I have what I need to go to the website.
Maybe try, if you're in Safari, do Chrome maybe. Or you could try to do it on your phone.
How do you get the website? I hadn't gotten to the website. How do you get the?
Did you click on the link on the chat menu?
Oh, from the chat menu. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. And if it's not working, I mean, that's fine. I will say this, I won't do it this time, but I will then, we have another poll everywhere. So I'll show you, you can give a number that you could text in and it links to it in case something like that happens. Now, this question that you're seeing and answering is from the lesson plan. It basically says, hey, ask students this question. So what I did was I took the question and I put it in a poll so that you can scroll and look at all the student responses. Now, you can see here too that it does not identify the student with the response. So they don't have to worry about sounding stupid. I know that's what some of my students like. They don't want their name up there. But when you pull up your report, you can see the student name with their response. So there's a little accountability on the backside, but it's a way that students, you can poll the class on certain issues and like you can truly get an accurate depiction of what they think. There's thumbs up, thumbs down polls, smiley face, sad face polls, and all. This is more of a free response type poll. Oh, good. So some of y'all have used this before. All right, so let's look at some of these things. Some of you said extended unemployment benefits, paycheck protection programs, COVID relief funds. See, and I don't know if you just noticed, I was trying to scroll down and they're popping up as we go. Stimulus checks. And a lot of times in class, I'm not going to like read everything word for word. We just sort of kind of look at keywords, COVID relief funds, payroll protection, financial bailout. So actually there is a lesson that we're doing, who gets bailed out. So we'll look at what is bailout, and the CARES Act. We'll look at that one too. Stimulus payments, low interest loans. Interest is one thing coming up in this next lesson. 3 stimulus packages. There's some more keywords: grants, bailouts, stimulus. Yeah, waive student loan payments until this September 2021. We'll go back up. Stimulus. Let's see. All right, good job. So y'all are gonna have to excuse me. I'm gonna have to.
I'm sorry, just so I didn't get to do the quiz because mine won't pull up, but it doesn't say who's saying what.
No.
Are you watching this in real time when you do this with your kids?
Yes, I share my entire screen, just like, well, right now you're seeing my whole tabs, but you can click here. This is my account too, the teacher account, and you click full screen, and then it pops up. So they don't have to worry about, you know, like sounding stupid. What if they sound, because that's what I always get, even with my seniors, is they don't want to talk because they don't want to, you know, what if they say something that's not right? And I'm like, this is not right or wrong. This is just to see sort of kind of what you know and things. When you can also, when you're done, you can lock it. And then when you want to use it for your next class, you just clear all those responses and just start back over. I'll show you this real quick while I have my screen. Here's the website where you can go, but let's say you're, you know, it wasn't working, like with some of you. I have never texted into this, but there is a way you can text in to join the session, but don't stress about that right now. Now, this is going to be a little interesting. And let me also say this, I'm real big into sharing ideas, especially this past year was so new for many of us. And I did teach virtual and face-to-face. My virtual classes were kids from all over Madison County. So it wasn't just Germantown kids. I had from all 4 school zones. It was crazy. But if feel free, and again, if you didn't want to say it, you can just put it in the chat window and we can all go back to the chat. But if you have an idea about like, hey, I did this, please feel free to share, because I think that's what the beauty of us all coming together is sometimes is I've learned a lot from my cohorts, and I definitely, think that y'all have some great ideas that are out there as well. All right, so let's go back and look at how we're going to set this up. Now, this is coming directly from the lesson. So let's just look at a few little terms real quick, and then we're going to segue into the objective of the lesson. But when I stopped the IOUSA video, you heard him, the former Secretary of Treasury, say, you've got to consider the short term, like what it is now with the long-term consequence of the decisions being made today. So that's really the objective of this lesson, to intervene or not to intervene, is weighing the costs and the benefits. And I'm huge about cost benefit analysis with every decision that is made. I think any class, K through 12, I have 2 daughters, a 14-year-old and a 10-year-old, and they get hounded all the time, cost benefit analysis. And my youngest, she wants to put her money into the vending machine at my school all the time. And I'm like, this is the most ridiculous thing, $1.70 here and there. But, that's just part of growing up. But that's the point of this lesson. So some of this stuff will be in your Socrative quiz at the end of class. But again, you don't have to, don't feel like you're going to have to make 100 on that quiz. That's a way that you can, I'm just showing you a different way that you can incorporate these lessons into different platforms that are out there. All right, so if you've attended any workshop with the council, then you know that economics is called a study of choice. It's all about your choices that you make and what you give up when a choice is made. Every choice you make has a cost. And I'll tell you a funny story real quick. I think it was June 4th was our last day at school. And I think it was the week before that was my youngest, my 4th grader's last day at school. But that week, she was telling me on the playground, she and a friend, they were all talking about something. I can't remember, like if you were president or something, I would just have all kinds of free money. I can't remember how she worded it, but it was pretty funny. And it was like, Maddie, there's no such thing as a free lunch, because that's what I'm always teaching my girls. I was like, you should have said, there's no such thing as a free lunch. There's nothing free. There's a cost. And she said, Mom, it's 10-year-old conversations, please. And she was just like, can we please not? We're 10. Let us dream. Let us think. But that's really the basis of all economics, is there's a cost to everything. And so what I like about this lesson is it looks at, okay, what are the short-term benefits through the COVID relief, but what are possibly the long-term costs? And that's when I ended the IOUSA video, because that's what the former Secretary of Treasury was saying. And so that's the objective of this lesson. Few little concepts that many of you know, but again, what I did was I took the lesson that is published and I just put it on a PowerPoint, just like I would do with my students. I would just cover these vocabulary words before we segue into the lesson, the activity. So federal budget deficit, if you remember on the US debt clock, the budget deficit was like $6 trillion right now. So that is basically how much the government is overspending. All right, so you're spending more than you're bringing in tax revenue. The implication is we have to borrow those funds. So do you remember seeing on the video in World War II, like, let me say this real quick. This usually confuses my seniors until I say, hey, do you remember in US history when you talked about the war bonds? And they're like, yeah. And I'm like, okay, that's what we're talking about here. So if you make some kind of connection like that, then it'll sort of kind of click with them. But they have to issue these bonds and treasury bills in order to borrow the money. But that's not what this lesson is focused on. All right, so the national debt is the accumulation of all of it. So on the debt clock, that was the 28 trillion. So the 6 trillion is the overspending as of now, and the national debt 28 is all of it throughout history. And of course, budget deficits increase the debt. And of course, budget surpluses, this is on your Socrative quiz 2 at the end of this workshop. I think I said class earlier, but workshop, is a budget surplus is you're bringing in more revenue than you're spending. And I always tie this in to help students, because we may get this, but younger students don't necessarily get this. So tied into financial literacy, like a federal budget deficit would be in your own household if you're spending more than you're bringing in income, and a surplus is you're saving more, you're not spending all your income, you have some left over at the end of the month or something. So that's sometimes how I relate it to them. Another concept to know throughout this lesson is, of course, we know what interest rates are. It's how much we pay on the money that we borrow. Okay, I didn't do that. I think that's built in here. One more thing, percentage of GDP. Y'all look at the, and again, all of this came from the lesson plan. So none of this is Ms. Walker's throwing it. I took what the Council on Econ Ed, I took their lessons and put it into a PowerPoint. Look at what happened, what has happened to personal consumption spending since 1960. You can see it's gone up, but as a percent of GDP, look what it has done. Now, I don't know if you've ever used FRED. It's a Federal Reserve Bank. I can't remember which Federal Reserve Bank. If it's St. Louis, it may be St. Louis. I can't remember.
St. Louis.
Okay, perfect. St. Louis. Thanks, Selena. They do incredible graphs. So again, look at the skill. It's not so much wanting to press in on content as it's teaching a skill. Show one of these graphs to the students. You can do this as a bell ringer and ask them to come up with their own prediction or what do they think, and then you could show them the one on the right. One more thing that this is great. If you look at the gray little spots, the little bars, most of the students would be, or my seniors anyway, when I ask them, what do you think those gray bars indicate? A lot of them will say it's a recession, and it is. So if you look at the graph on the right, as a percent of GDP, you can see how the spending dipped with those gray bars. So you don't even have to do this side by side. You could do, show them the one on the left and have them think about it, show them the one on the right, just to get them, it's a skill base. You can get them looking at this graph, but this is going to be tied in more to our lesson coming up as well. And this is just talking about what basically I just said. All right, the other thing is the CARES Act. A lot of you said this in your little survey that I did earlier. It was enacted in March 27th, 2020. And many of you actually talked about this. You added a lot of these, what it dealt with. So we'll come back because this is part of our lesson as well. All right, so here's what we're going to do. And again, we're doing this virtually. And this is, I've tried some of this with my virtual kids last year, but again, I was doing it through Canvas and Microsoft Teams. So I've created this so we can do it through, uploaded some stuff on Google Drive that I will give you. And also some poll everywhere, some stuff coming up. And I'll walk you through it. So don't worry if you get a little lost at first. All right, so what we're going to look at are the immediate benefits from this fiscal policy from the CARES Act. And if you teach econ, you're familiar with expansionary fiscal policy, but expand the economy during, of course, COVID, the shutdowns, it was a little, it's because of the economic shutdowns. But so we're going to look at the immediate benefits with the long-term cost. And it's going to be done. I don't know if a lot of you have done Jigsaw before. I like, of course, doing Jigsaw face-to-face, but I did play around with it this past year with my virtual econ students. It was a little challenging, but you can make it happen. So this comes again directly from the lesson. I have done Jigsaw differently before. Jigsaw is where you break students into groups. And I'm going to tell you first the way I've done it. So do you see in the PowerPoint where it says round 2? That is sometimes how I start my students, where if you put them in 4 in a group, and I do tell you this on the PowerPoint, if you've never done this before, or if you do group work, the last thing you ever want to do is let them form their own groups. I always try to put smart, some of the smarter, I'm not going to say smarter, but more the, because everybody's smart in their own little aspect, but the higher grades with some of the lower grades, because I want everybody to be able, I don't want all the higher grade kids in one and my lower reading level kids in like one group. So you put them into groups. And what I've normally done is gave each person in the group like an article to read or something to do. Then they break out into their focus group, become experts in that, then go back and teach it to their other group. This one is done differently. So the way the lesson plan is you put people like students in groups and they all get one reading article to read. And that's what you're going to do. So you may be asking yourself, like, how in the world are you going to divide us into groups? Well, I asked myself that same question last year with my virtual. So what I did, and I'll show you on the next slide, is I did it by alphabet. That was just the easiest thing, because again, I had students from 4 different school zones I was teaching. And so and the admin part of that was a little crazy. So I decided, just if your last name starts A through whatever, you're going to take this article. If it's this, you're going to do this article. So that's what we're going to do. So don't stress too much about looking at this Jigsaw. That's how you can do it in your class. We're going to tweak it just a little bit for the virtual workshop. So basically, each person is going to get a reading. So if you will go ahead and think about your last name, what letter your last name starts with, that's going to be the reading. When I give you the link to the Google Drive so you can access the document, you're going to have all the readings, all right, reading 1 through 6, but you're only going to read your reading and answer the questions for your reading. You are basically going to look at a certain benefit or issue from one specific perspective of the fiscal policy, all right? When you come back, technically, now we're not doing this today. I tweaked it just a little bit differently, but in your classroom, you would not necessarily do it like this, but ultimately, you're going to take information from all 6 readings and answer the ultimate question, which would be, after weighing the immediate benefits of a stimulus against the stimulus's long-term cost, is a fiscal stimulus a useful tool to counteract the effects of the current COVID-19 recession? So if you give that question to students, and it's going to be overwhelming. So what this lesson does is you break down the information from different perspectives, you think about it, and then you come together to answer that one big, heavy, loaded question. And again, if that was like, that's totally just went over my head, that's okay, because guess what? When I was teaching, and you were like this too, your students virtually, it totally went over their heads as well. And so you just sort of this is what we're doing. Now I'm going to walk you through. So the first thing I need you to do real quick though, is look at your last name and go ahead, if you need to write it down so you don't forget, look at which reading you're going to have. Is it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Okay. And go ahead and write down, because I sort of kind of shortened this up just a little bit for time's sake. go ahead and write down the ultimate question that I want you to answer. Now, on your reading, you're going to have anywhere from 3 to 4 questions. Those 3 to 4 questions will help you answer this one question I need you to answer. Okay. So if you're reading 1, when you pull up your document, you're going to look at the information and answer, does the economy currently need more stimulus? This is not your opinion. And see, that's what I love about these lessons as well, is we all have opinions, but our opinions are emotional or not necessarily, we want to teach students to have opinions, but to base that opinion on some facts. So this needs to be more driven in the information given to you. Somebody's writing on a PowerPoint here. Through the reading. So go ahead and write down your question. And I know you're going to be writing all this stuff down, but I'm trying to get away from printouts. I think that was another good thing that came out of some of the COVID guidelines in our school is we could print out stuff. They just encouraged us to not print out so much stuff. I decided not to print out because I was having to go to each individual student and have them get their papers, and that was a pain and time consuming. So that's when I sort of kind of took all this stuff and began to convert it through different platforms. So I'm going to share with you this Google Drive. I'm going to put it in the chat, and let's make sure this all works. All right, and if something happens, if everybody can click on that, and let's make sure it works. Because again, I'm used to, with my students, doing Canvas. I've never used, they encourage us not to do Google in Madison County. I mean, we can, but just because we have the Microsoft, all that stuff.
I don't see I can't see it.
Something's going on.
I don't either.
Hold on, the chat is being weird right now. What is, oh, it says only what? Okay, need more. Okay, just a second. Why is the chat not?
Make sure you're chatting to everyone.
Well, the chat is supposed to be up and running. I'm seeing where y'all, unless something. Yeah, it's there. Okay. Trying this again.
Like she said, make sure your tab shows to everyone and not just a single person, maybe to Selena or whatever.
Well, it says everyone publicly. Here, I'll put it in there again. Are y'all seeing it now?
Christy, when I came in, I had to reassign you as host. Let me leave. I mean, you are host.
Okay.
You're host, but let me leave and see if it works. I'll be back, okay?
Okay. Still nothing? It's there. Okay, let me.
Document or something and then share your screen and then we can just type it in.
Yeah, let me. All right. All right, we're going to do this. Now's a good bathroom time if y'all want to take a break real quick, and then I'll get this. I'm trying to, yeah, let's just.
Did that help?
No,
It's,
I
oh,
don't, it was working earlier. I guess they can take a 5-minute bathroom break or whatever, and then I'll get the link. I'll get it going.
try it one more time.
Okay. Let me see. It's so weird because I was putting stuff in there earlier. All right. I'll just.
You may have to leave and come back.
You want me to leave and come back? Okay. I'll leave.
Okay. Yay. We can't hear you though. You're muted.
That happens all the time.
All right.
There you go. So I know some are coming back in, but for those who are there, you can see that it says activity 3. I chose the shorter set of readings. There are some longer readings, but due to time, I chose the shorter one. And I think shorter readings sometimes for some students may help them. But if you were assigned to reading 1, here's your reading and the information. And then reading 2, you're only going to do reading 2. So here are your readings. If you would click at the very end of this workshop, I'll give you the entire Google Drive so you can have access to not only this folder that I created, but all my other econ lessons and stuff that I've uploaded if you want those. But you can see too, I'll say this real quick, for example, reading 2, there are some smaller questions here that will help you answer the one question that I wanted you to answer. So there are the readings. I will put back on the screen my PowerPoint with the questions in case you didn't get your question. But if you will write your answer down, and then I'm going to share with you how you're going to relay your information back to the participants, since we're not physically in groups. I have put the questions and the assignment in the chat feature if you needed your question.
Ms. Walker, this is Tiffany Green. I'm having a really hard time navigating because I'm on an iPad. I was not able to ink on my desk on my laptop. Really struggling navigating between the two and being able to pull up and access information. So bear with me.
Okay, no, you're fine. You're fine. Okay, so yes, I think that Pamela, your question came up as I was typing. So as you come up and get ready to answer your reading question, go now. Let me activate it. Don't click on it yet, but the poll everywhere website and to answer. So give me a second. Let me get back there. All right, it is now activated.
Christy, how do we access the poll everywhere? Do we go back to that same link?
Yes, if you'll click on the link, and I have deactivated the other one and activated this one. And later what I'll do is after we do this lesson, I'll show you my teacher login and how everything looks so you can see it.
So are we supposed to be looking at a poll link or the one that has this activity 3 on it?
Well, you got to use both because if I was in class, you know, I would have loaded up the reading in Canvas and probably not had students virtually for the students. Oh, I hear something. I'm not sure. Let's see.
So if I go back up here and click on this original link for a poll, I should maybe see the poll again, right?
I'm hearing tons of stuff in y'all's background, so it's getting distracting. So no, so you're going to have to click on the Google Drive to access the reading document to get your specific reading. So if you're reading one, go to the Google Drive. Now, so the question then is, how do we put our answer? Because again, if we were face-to-face, we would not be doing this, but we're not face-to-face. And so I decided to go back to Poll Everywhere for you to put your answer to the question. Again, if you're reading one, your question is, does the economy currently need more stimulus? This is not your opinion. You're having to take the data from your reading to answer that question. And then you go to the Poll Everywhere and type your answer. There are going to be 2 questions that we got to answer on this. So once we get through this, I'll do a big synopsis again of how this would look in your classroom face-to-face and how you can do it. But right now we're having to tweak it through the virtual. And I want to go ahead.
So should we be doing our readings now?
Yes.
Okay.
And where are we going to put our answer to the question?
To the Poll Everywhere. And okay,
are you going to post a new link for that?
It should be right there activated in the chat menu. It's not there.
Yeah, Miss Walker, we didn't get anything past the Google Drive from you.
Okay, so the chat thing's messing up again. I don't know why when I post stuff, it is sending it.
That's why I was wondering. I wasn't seeing it. That's why I was asking all my crazy questions.
Oh, wait. Here's another one. Hold on. All right. It's the chat menu. I don't know if something has changed. It's going from everyone, and then all of a sudden it's switching to like one person when I didn't even touch it. So I've got it back to everyone again. There you go.
Got it. Thank
No
you.
wonder we're all confused. I'll try to keep an eye on that. Now I know what to look for. It's I don't know why it just switches on me like that. All right, so I'm going to go back and paste everything that was not working. So there's your reading, and here are your questions that only one person received. There we go.
Miss Christie, it'll automatically default to have you answer one person if they send you a direct message. Then you have to go back and click in to everyone.
Okay. Thanks for telling me that, because I was getting confused as to why it kept switching back and forth.
After we've done our reading and have an idea of our answers, what do we do?
Just sit tight
Wait
for a
minute.
second.
Okay.
Yeah, until everybody else can.
Okay, gotcha.
How do we see what other people have typed for that poll everywhere? Where do we go to see that?
I'm going to share my screen. Let's see. Can y'all see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Now, again, this is, and I should have had y'all put reading number in there, but that's fine. We'll look at it in just a second. This would not, if I was face-to-face, I would not use Poll Everywhere to get the students to respond. I would want something a little bit more. I would use Canvas. There's a way you can collaborate on Canvas. And again, my district used Microsoft, and there's different forums where they can collaborate through that as well. But this is just to give you an idea of how the lesson works. And then hopefully you can, oh good, somebody put reading number 2, to run with it. So we're gonna give a few minutes, let everybody look at their one specific reading. we are going to go and look through all this. So don't worry about it constantly changing.
Christy, I can't find where you put the answers. I clicked the poll, but it's not showing me the questions to post my answers.
Do you see just a little spot where you can type in the poll? Let's see.
Oh, I see where it says answer the question for your assigned read. Okay.
Yeah, you just sort of kind of just type whatever you want to right there.
Okay, thanks. What about the other questions for our reading? Where do we put the answers for those?
Oh, those were there to help you answer that one question. It just gave you some things to think about. So you don't necessarily have to put those answers in there unless you just want to.
Okay.
Okay, would you say again where to type our answers?
On the chat, there is a new poll everywhere link. If you'll click on that one, it'll give you a blank box for you just to put your assigned reading answer.
Okay, I'll try that again, but each time I've done that, when I go to click on poll everywhere, it disappears for some.
Okay, don't stress about it.
Okay, I'll try it again though.
I know some of y'all are finishing up and that's fine. What I'm going to do, and just to sort of kind of keep us in track, remember all about flexibility, is I'm going to go back to my PowerPoint, and we are coming back to the screen, okay? But right now, what I want to share with you is, let's go back to how the lesson plan had us, how this would work in our classroom, okay? All right, hopefully you can see my PowerPoint. If you can't, let me know, but I'll have it there. All right, so we're gonna come back to your reading question. So Again, I just want to because I basically just threw all this at you. We worked through it, but let's go back to see how it would work in your classroom if you're face to face with your kids. So in round 1 on your focus groups, that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, each group represents a reading article. Now, what I did, because I don't have you face to face, is I created groups based on your last name. All right. But in your classroom, create your groups a little bit better. But each one of those focus groups will be an assigned reading. And you'll have 6 smaller groups, which if, maybe 4 to 5 in each group. Then after you give them time to read their reading, just like I did with you, and answer that one question, just like you did, all right? Now you could say, go to poll everywhere, and your group had to say, okay, we're group 1 and this is our answer. I would strongly suggest that you make them document that somehow for accountability purposes. But after each group in their focus group answers that one question, just like you did in the poll everywhere site, then you break them off into the task group. So this is where I'm going to cut it short. And we're not going to do, because I always overplan sometimes, and we do want to keep on schedule, but I'm going to just walk you through what this is going to look like if you were to do it in your classroom. So in the task group, you would actually have, and these are large groups, which sort of kind of scare me, but it can work. You would put 6 in a group because each person would represent a reading. So you would have someone who read reading 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 in one group. They all have the different perspective, which when I show you your different answers, you're going to see these different perspectives. They're going to come together to discuss the ultimate question. And then you go back to sort of kind of, you can go back to your focus group to answer it, or you can have them do it in the task group. I think that's going to be left up to you and how you want it to work in your classroom. Because remember, ultimately, let me get to this. This is, do you see the yellow question? That is the big question. That's the big picture. After weighing the immediate benefits of a stimulus against the stimulus long-term cost, is a fiscal stimulus a useful tool to counteract the effects of the current COVID-19 recession? Each person in that task group, so let's go back. When you look at the different perspectives, then you can come back and look, the students are, this is an opinionated question. The students are going to say yes, no, but I always encourage mine to put yes and no. I think it's good to say yes and no. The key is not that it's their opinion is right or wrong. What you should be grading them on is, did they use the data and the different perspectives to support their answer? So you can have each group submit one answer to that question. You can make all students do this individually if you wanted to. This is a pretty hefty activity and a pretty big concept, even that adults struggle with. So I think breaking them into smaller groups would be actually better for this. So let's go and look at some of the different answers, because some of you, hold on, let me go back. Y'all, I'm sorry, Zoom. I'm so used to Teams. I think most schools probably use Zoom, but we didn't. So I'm still learning. I'm going to go and share my full screen. All right. So some answers are still coming in, but let's just look from all the different readings. This is evidence, by the way, that the students can use to support the ultimate question. So I'm not going to read all these. We're just going to skim through. Unemployment up and jobs down, along with GDP that's going down. About anxiety in households and the stress. Based upon the data, the U.S. government should not continue to intervene by providing ongoing stimulus money to temporarily expand the economy. Yes, some businesses are. So this is more focused on businesses. From reading 1, which I should have made y'all go and do all that. Economy needs to be more intrusive, stimulus directly to citizens and those most effective. Temporary decrease, not sure what temporary, maybe that's unemployment. From reading 2, you can see stimulus measures appear to have very short-lived effects on the number of businesses. So you can see there's the question 2 again. You see different perspectives, businesses, households, stress, interest rates. There's the CARES Act, deficits, personal needs, mental health issues, the data, and I would encourage too, spending more time on this in the classroom and face-to-face is get students to pull from the data. Which, let's see, the data shows that pre-pandemic stress anxiety levels were about 11%. At its highest point, the stress anxiety levels hit 41%. So it's looking at more of the mental side, mental health, CARES Act. Again, you see all these different perspectives from the different readings that the students then can use to answer the ultimate question. So we are not, for the sake of time, going to answer the ultimate question, but I'm going to share just sort of kind of a synopsis of this lesson from, and by the way, all of this is from the lesson plan. So none of this is Ms. Walker's stuff. So ultimately, by the time the students read the 6 readings, answer the individual perspective question, then come back to the ultimate, you can see the short-term benefits with the long-term costs, with some of the benefits being it moves the economy towards potential GDP where it should be, recovers faster, reduces unemployment, helps reduce stress on households, which, by the way, all of this is stuff that we just saw that you posted, helps small and large businesses recover, and helps local and state governments provide for their services. So those are the short-term benefits. What are some of the long-term costs? Increases the national debt, increases interest paid in future by the federal government. It may hinder businesses borrowing for investments if interest rates go up. And then there could be, you could add some more if you want to. Those are just the 3 that from the lesson. So if you have any ideas or different ways to do this, please feel free to unmute yourselves and to share. I know that I basically just threw y'all into all this. I'm gonna go back so I can see y'all. I don't like talking to a PowerPoint screen. Now that I've got some of the kinks worked out with Zoom and y'all will help me with that. Hopefully the next few lessons will go by smoothly. I will be posting everything in the chat menu though, because that's how I have to relay everything to y'all. But anyway, do y'all have any questions? All right, we'll take just maybe a 5-minute little break because we've got another lesson, and then we'll do the Kahoot review from that lesson. And then I'll keep working on getting some of these kinks worked out. But y'all just bear with me, be patient, which is what this whole year has taught us, flexibility. All right, so at a few minutes and then we'll come back. So if y'all need to get something to drink. right, it's 10:31. Oh, display today's agenda. Yes, I will bring it back up and display that for y'all. All right, so there's today's agenda. So just to, think about what we've already talked about. So we introduced, sort of kind of looked at the debt clock and the IOUSA video. And then we, to intervene or not to intervene, everything that was on that PowerPoint, which I'll give you access to that, those slides and stuff, but I did not come up with any of that stuff. Everything is taken from these lesson plans, which I will upload everything into the Google Drive for you as well and give you access to that. If you, again, come up with any kind of ideas about how you can do this in your classroom, please feel free to share. I know it's a little different. Hopefully we will not be too virtual next year. It'll be about as normal as we can go. But I think as difficult as these concepts are, and they are, I think it's important that students think about this, because that's, in IOUSA, there's not the clip that I just showed you, but there in the longer version, it goes back 30, 40 years of people saying this is a problem, we got to fix it. But it's sort of kind of, when you think about the debt and stuff, when is that going to happen? So I think these are important concepts to teach our young kids. One thing with the COVID relief too, and when you hear about the fiscal policy and all that, is these kids live through it. They were very familiar with the economic shutdowns. And I think even elementary schools, they felt what it was like when if their parents were furloughed for 2 weeks. They felt that household stress. So I think you would be sort of surprised to see how engaged the students are going to be with these lessons. All right. So the to intervene or to not to intervene was, again, breaking down and looking at the short-term benefits with the long-term cost. Now we are going to do a few more different platforms. One is Socrative, and then we're going to do the Nearpod, which I did not create again. All these lessons, pretty much everything is provided for you. But we're going to look at the economic response behind. So what I would like you to do, and I know y'all are scary when I say that, you're worried, is we're going to go to this website, Socrative.com, and you're going to enter the code that I'm going to give you. This is my classroom code. Now, all right, 227 is my classroom number, and it's, y'all would probably get this, but my students don't. But one of my favorite shows to watch when I was younger was 227. So, but my students, their parents get it when I show a picture of 227 on parent night. I say, welcome to 227, but they get the show, but the kids don't anymore. But anyway, that's, you can create your own classroom code. I paid this past year for the pro version of Socrative, so I could create multiple classes for each of my classes that I taught, but they do have the free version that's out there, which is excellent as well. So if you would go to Socrative.com, enter my code and take the little quiz. In the lesson plan, this was the bell ringer. So basically what I did was I took the bell ringer and I just put it into Socrative. When you're done, I'm going to show you what it looks like on my end. I will hide the names, but I'll show you how this holds students accountable, even for something as simple as a bell ringer.
I'm sorry, what am I supposed to click on?
In the chat, you go to
I
socrative.com.
saw that and I tried. Let me try it again. It's not letting me.
Oh, you just, sorry, I didn't link it. Just go to the website. Just type that in.
Oh, okay.
Spinning. I'm got in your room, but once I got in the room, it won't open the activity. It's just spinning.
It may just be on your end. Don't stress about it if it's still spinning, because I'm looking, it is working because I see a lot that are in here. So it's fine.
Because I'm having admittedly all kinds of technical difficulties.
I'm sorry. But you're here. So if you're listening and still seeing it, so that's good.
Frustrating.
When we go to the website, where do we click to enter your code?
Yeah.
It says, student login.
Ms. Walker, when I went to just socrative.com, this is my first time using this.
No, that's fine.
And when I just went to that took me to like the main page, like to try to download it or buy it or use it or whatever. I just Googled
me too.
Socrative student login.
Can y'all see my screen? I'm sorry, I should have told y'all. All right, so click on login. And then you click on student login. I left out a very important step for y'all. Sorry, my students are used to that and I've just completely had a brain lapse. So when you click on student login, you'll go to Walker 227. So I'll do that again. So you go to socrative.com, click on login, and then go to student. And then it'll pop up this and you type in Walker 227 and whatever name you want to put in, and then there you go. Sorry about that.
I used to let you know what types of jobs it look like.
So as you work through that, I shared my screen as a teacher. There are ways you can project this. Now I hid y'all's names, but you can see how I can see the progression of students. Now this was more free response, but if it was multiple choice, you can also engage at the very end when you close it, the questions that students got correct and those that didn't, and then you can sort of kind of assess from there. All right, a few more minutes. Yo, I'm sorry, I got an email. I'm gonna stop sharing my screen real quick. My daughter's phone is broken and her color guard instructor needs something real quick. And my daughter's not here, so I gotta email her. Goodness. All right, so I'm going to share with you my screen again. So you can see, if you've never used Socrative before, this is actually one of my favorite sites. I'll show you some different ways. There are some races, and it's really fun to do the race and change each group. You can choose, they can be bees or unicorns or bicycles or whatever. But so I hid your names, as you can see. But I mean, if I projected this to the students, I would have their names. If I was just monitoring it on my computer, I would not have their names, but you can just sort of kind of see just sort of kind of the progression and who did what. This was, and I know you can't really see this, but this was just a handout bell ringer from the lesson plan. And again, it's real easy to make copies of this and pass them out to your students. But what I did was I downloaded the lesson plan and I took a screenshot of the graph and put it in the question with the open-ended questions that I wanted you to answer. It seems like some of y'all have used this before. Do y'all have any questions on just that part before we jump into the lesson? All right, Well, basically what this activity did was just engage you in thinking about the economic response to how the economic crisis impacted everybody, and of course the response that's coming. You looked at a graph. What is the relationship between age and a negative impact? What are your correlation, things like that. If you will go to, and I know time is sort of kind of kicking, so we're not going to necessarily simulate the entire thing here. Go to Nearpod, and y'all are maybe like, oh my gosh, we've got more technology. That's the, I apologize. I know it's going to be a little crazy with all the technology and stuff, but doing a virtual, this is number one, I taught virtual, but I've never done a virtual workshop, but I like to engage the participants, and I want you to be able to engage in the lessons and see what you can do and how you can change, and to engage in the different platforms as well that are out there. So I'll share my screen again. Right. Y'all, I'm telling you, I'm so sorry, but Zoom is, I'm just so used to Microsoft Teams, and I'm one of these that I like everything to flow well, and everything not flowing well is driving me cuckoo. All right, so if you'll go to Nearpod, join.nearpod.com, you can see my screen, and then type in the code. This, again, is taken directly from the Council on Economic Education. If you have not played around on their website lately, they have a lot of Nearpods, even when it comes to math activities. I'm not saying every lesson has a Nearpod with it, but all you do is just click on the link and you just save it to your library, and then you're good to go from there. If you have never experienced Nearpod, I had a Nearpod account all year, but it was so overwhelming in the fall, basically having to take all my lessons and convert them, because I had 2 virtual econs and 1 face-to-face econ. The last thing I wanted was for those 2 groups to do different stuff. So they did the exact same stuff, and I basically recreated everything. So I just didn't have time to play around with Nearpod. Well, recently I had to review and some Nearpod lessons for the MTE program that some of you may be in. But when I got to experience, even as a student, doing the Nearpod, I was like, wow, I became obsessed with them. And I'm teaching summer school. I know I'm crazy, but teaching summer school this summer. And then before I actually teach one group, I have a little bit of downtime. So I've been on Nearpod, having fun with it, putting in videos, doing quizzes. So hopefully this will give you some time to experience Nearpod if you haven't. I see some names are popping up. We're going to wait a few more minutes before we start. We will not, for this lesson, be going back and forth as much. I know that little jigsaw activity got sort of kind of confusing, but this one's more just a instruction, and then a really cool activity where they link different things that I want you to experience and sort of kind of play around with. All right. Of course, the code is right up here. If you get kicked out and need to come back in. All right, so what this lesson is looking at the economic impact of the crisis. So the first lesson was introducing some basic terminology, looking at the response to the economic, like should the government get involved with the fiscal policy and the different areas there, but how did it impact? How did it affect everyone? So the essential question that we're going to be looking at is why doesn't it affect everyone equally? Which I think is a very important question to consider. And here are some learning targets. I will be able to explain the immediate universal impact the virus had on our economy and way of life. To understand that a significant number of American households were distressed financially before the pandemic, and to recognize that the recovery from the pandemic has been very disparate, creating different experiences along multiple demographic and economic lines. All right, so coronavirus impact. What was the initial impact of the coronavirus on your family and friends when it arrived at large in March 2020?
Christy, it says this Collaborate board is waiting for teacher input.
Oh my dear goodness. Okay. Oh, I'm about ready to have to just, thank you.
It's fine on my end. I just was gonna ask, do we need to respond?
Yes. I'll share my screen in just a second.
It's good on my end as well.
And can y'all see the Nearpod?
Yes.
Okay, because I'm seeing your answers now pop up. I'm not going to share my screen. I'm just going to. If you're having technical difficulties, which is the issue with technology, yeah, just, I mean, if you have to sit and sort of kind of take notes on how you could use it for your classroom, or feel free. I don't want you to feel like, I don't want you to get too stressed out. As y'all type this, I don't know if y'all were like us right when this happened, but 2 weeks before spring break, two principals were in the hallway and we were talking, and one said that she had a friend that taught in Atlanta, and they were like already shutting down. They were already transitioning to virtual. And because of this virus that we were talking, you know, that was fairly new. And one of the principals and even myself were like, whatever, you know, like we didn't think much about it. And then of course, 2 weeks later, here we go. So yeah, I'm just seeing at all of your different answers, uncertainty, scary, just really not knowing what was going on. I think that, yes, the transition to virtual classroom was stressful enough. And I think different districts did it differently. I think, you know, we sort of kind of, the way Madison County did it was very unique. And so I think we can all probably say this too. I was, right before we went to spring break, I had a group of 9th graders at the end of the day teaching world history to them, and sweet kids, but I had 4th block, 19 boys, 5 girls. The boys were coming back from football and basketball, and they were always stinky. And by that Friday, I was like, I have got to have some time away from you. And then I never saw them again. So thankfully I did see them this year in the hallway, but I was sort of heartbroken. I think some of us, you know, so many emotions going on, and then just the sadness we felt for everything being canceled with our kids. Yes, the great toilet paper safari, goodness gracious, if that's not an economics lesson. And then a few weeks ago with the gas, and I'm like, if people would stop freaking out, then we would not have these shortages of everything. I think I feared running out of toilet paper more than anything else at the time. But yeah, so you can definitely see all these different emotions and from friends and family, and that we all experienced. Post-pandemic life, what behaviors or habits do you think will change forever because of this pandemic episode? If you'll type your response in there. I'll share my own. Always be Zoom. Yeah, I think I need to learn how to navigate Zoom just a little bit better. I did play with Zoom before this workshop, but playing with Zoom with you as the only participant and with 30 other teachers is totally different. And my husband has been working, and I couldn't make him get on Zoom and be a student for me. So, oh yeah, lots of good. If y'all want to see responses here. Yes, no more snow days. Yes, just being able to have some kind of interaction with students and maybe not have to make up all those days anymore. I agree. The face of education has now changed. Technology, teleworking. Yes. Oh, wow. My eating habits changed where I lost over 30 pounds. Wow. Stay prepared, more virtual, less human interaction, which may not be good for, I think students really struggled on the virtual aspect. Yeah, lots of exposure, unwilling and those willing to work. I had a conversation. Okay, so my one face-to-face summer school student, and again, it's kids come from across our district. She was the only one in there for a second, and we were talking, and the only students who had to do face-to-face summer school were those who chose to do virtual all year. They made them come in to do face-to-face unless there was a medical need otherwise. But we were talking, and she didn't want to do virtual all year. She was, it was sort of kind of, she was just going to do virtual in the fall, but with the spring, her mom wanted her to stay virtual, and she struggled virtually. I think it showed some of our students who, in that spring semester, a lot of my virtual students were the ones who needed to be face-to-face. They struggled independently. I don't know with y'all, but even with some of my virtual kids, they were able to hide behind the technology. You couldn't really get to them, but a lot of them shared stuff that they normally probably wouldn't have shared in a classroom. So I think it was a little different on that part. Online shopping, I would never wear pants again. Worship, yes. Online banking, actually, and I think some of this is a good thing. More parents teaching their children from home. More teachers will teach virtually. Yeah, lots of different things. There was one bath. I think our mail system has been hit hard. I don't know if y'all are dealing with mailing issues, but things are getting stuck, like packages stuck in Jackson for like 10 days. And I think it's just been overwhelming, just the online shopping. Like Amazon 2-day delivery is not 2-day delivery anymore. Yeah, so lots of good things, lots of bad things. I just told my principal last week when I found out I was doing government for summer school, I said, I guess the pure heck that I went through with virtual government this past year paid off, because literally everything was in Canvas for me to use for summer school. So there's no new work on that end. I just tweaked the date. So lots of good things on that has come out. And I think you can see how during these Nearpods, I think if you ask your students those same questions, whether virtual or in class, you're going to get a lot of these different answers. And I think this is something we all experience. So no matter the age group there. Oh, yeah, JPS finally went 1-to-1. Yeah. So let's look at this map right here. The blue zones are areas of prosperity. Prior to the arrival of the virus, many Americans were already struggling financially. And the different shades of brown denote zip codes experiencing varying degrees of economic distress. So, of course, you can also look at, one thing, and look, to us, again, we're like, well, we know that, but I always ask my students, why is it usually darker here and more spread out here? And, it's population density. So I don't know if you want to just bring that up as well. So if you look at some of these sources as well in the United States, with those, whether it's no high school degree, median income, change, these are just some of the different stats from this graph right here. So when we go, I'm going to take this off real quick. I want you to go back to that graph right here, and I want you to answer 2 questions. I want you to look at what region of the country has the highest concentration of distressed zip codes. And which disparity stands out the most for you between prosperous and distressed communities? And I'm going to go back to that map so you can see.
Could you repeat the second question you wanted us to answer?
Yeah, sorry. I'm about to log in on my phone so I'm one of these, I've got to see it on both. The second answer is when looking at the map of the United States, which I'll put back up there, which disparity stands out the most for you between the prosperous and the distressed? These are some different, right here.
How do I get it back to the questions?
Here, I'll scroll over there. I'll put the questions in the chat as well.
Is there a way to look at the table? I can't see the table to answer the questions.
Here's the table. Do I need to go back to the US map? For some of y'all?
Ms. Walker, I think I got my laptop working finally. Could you let me in?
Oh, yeah, I had that hidden. Let me, oh, yep, see, there you go. All right, I'm looking.
Recording in progress.
All right, there's the box. And just worry about those first two questions for the sake of time, but you can see the other questions that are popping up. Sorry, I was going back and forth trying to show you the map. So I've come back to this menu so you can type your answer. Again, just worry about those first two questions right now if you want to. And of course, I'm looking at it. I'm logged in as a student on my phone so I can see it. If you've never played around with this, and on my end, on the teacher end, I'm seeing who, like you can see student names, their answers. You can see also participation. So like right now, 71% of those logged in have answered the question. So, but the students are not going to see that. So you don't have to worry about, unless you share it online. I mean, you're projecting it. Now, I would be the same way. If I scroll off, it could possibly kick you out of your questions. You may want to have the map or give them the questions ahead of time to answer. Because if they're like me, I want to go back and look at the map of the United States and the different categories. Let me click, yeah. All right, so we're gonna, I know some of you may not have answered yet, and that's fine. We're gonna go ahead. All right, so we're gonna watch this little video real quick, and it's gonna be interactive.
The pandemic is hitting industries in different ways.
Hold on, I gotta share my screen. I should have, you know what, I'm gonna go back real quick and I'm gonna redo this. So I want you to do it at home. All right, so you can watch the video on your own device. Make sure you're muted and then answer those questions as we go.
Ways that's creating a divide. Here are the shapes of economic recovery. Since the pandemic, predictions by economists have varied, and now some are calling a K-shaped recovery. Financial advisor Carl Eggers explains.
You really have winners and you have losers. If you think about businesses, technology firms, whether it's video conferencing, hardware, software, they've actually done very, very well and are accelerating and doing better than they were before COVID. So they're actually benefiting from recovery much, much faster. You have the other side that is.
Someone isn't muted.
Thank you.
All right. So let's just look at some of the information. Some of you may not have been finished, but got about 15 minutes before we need to finalize this lesson. So I'm not going to go through all the specifics of this Nearpod, but you have some information to look at on the unemployment, unemployment by race, the different demographics from 2005 to 2020. Again, do y'all see that little gray bar in the picture on the right? There's the Great Recession. So those bars indicate those recessions. That's just something important for students to sort of kind of pick up on. If you look at the graph on the left, you can see with the impact of the shutdowns and everything, what specific industries were hit. And even going back to look at a map of the United States, you can probably see where some of these industries, when you think about the coast and beaches and tourism. I gave my students an article, and I can't remember even where the article was, but it was like Hawaii, specifically looking at when everything, people couldn't travel and just how devastating it was to that one particular state and the Gulf Coast, even in Mississippi and Florida, restaurants, food, travel, things like that. Again, you have more graphs that you can look at in other demographics. I think it's important for students, look at the graph on the left, to think about level of education. Just a little insight, unemployment, first of all, if you've been in other workshops with the council, then, or if you went through MTE, then you are familiar with unemployment. But remember, to be considered unemployed, you have to be actively looking for a job. But there's a little bit, that's sort of kind of an issue, I think, recently, because actively looking is making sure you're applying, but it doesn't mean if you've been offered a job that you are forced to take it. So, but saying that, look at the less than a high school degree versus a high school degree versus an associate's degree or some college, maybe a trade school, and then higher. So you can see there is a correlation between level of education and skill level versus unemployment. And again, you can see on the right, there's that bar again. And this one on the right is broken down by gender with women and men. This slide here is looking at 1 in 4 renters spent more than half their income on housing in 2018. And of course, the eviction risk that was presented when everything shut down. And again, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on each of these slides, but you can see how ethnicity, and then looking at renting, you can break down, analyze graphs. Also, one thing I want you to know is when you import this Nearpod into your own library, you can go and add your own activities and change it up and put more quizzes. You can have, and it's really cool on this part, students where they have to mark up and analyze maybe your graph on their end. It doesn't show every student, but you could pull up that specific students marking up to see if they understood something. This here is essential versus non-essential workers, broken down by ethnicity as well. And I'm just going to scroll through so I can get to, just to give you an insight of that one little activity that this lesson shares with you. A K-shaped recovery illustrates the post-COVID divide. And the reason it's called K-shape, if you look at the letter K here, green being everything's moving back up, and red being those that's not moving back up. Think about an escalator going down. And so you have wealthy and middle class asset holders have retained or resumed their jobs, and the value of their assets like stock portfolios and homes have risen to all-time highs, whereas the average blue collar worker or small business owner in half of the US population who's not invested in the stock market are witnessing unprecedented job losses and business closures. That was a big thing with the small businesses, and about, try to buy local was a big thing that we try to do during the shutdowns and stuff. But that's what a K-shaped recovery, if you ever hear that, that's what that means, is think about the letter K. And during the post-COVID recovery now, sort of kind of how it's divided among different groups. All right, so do this on your own.
Christy, I may have made a mistake. I pulled up the Nearpod on my Chromebook because I didn't want to keep switching because I tend to lose things, lose my way. But I can't watch the videos on my Chromebook because they're blocked through the school. So can I join through? Do I need to join again? Or are we almost finished with this? I can't hear you.
Yeah, I'll just mute it myself. Sorry. Yes, there's just one more slide, so you're fine. Don't worry about it.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so I'll watch the video too. So Jerome Powell, if you don't know who he is, he's the Federal Reserve Chairman of the Federal Reserve Bank. And so he talked a little bit about that K-shaped recovery. So we are not going to do, so just sort of kind of end it there. We're not going to do the Kahoot through this right now. I'll share that just a little separately. Oops, let me let this back in. What I want you to do, and again, we're not going to do this, but I do want you to see what it looks like. I'm going to give you a Google Drive link to open up so you can access the activity. So if you'll just give me a second, my thing is switching on and off to throughout. I don't know what's going on. All right.
So did you address with your students that the negative impact of the stimulus is that some people, even though there's jobs available, it's more lucrative to stay at home?
Well, I taught government in the fall and I had econ in the spring, but I did teach AP macro in the spring, and that is something that we didn't go into a lot of detail, but when we talked about unemployment, we did talk a little bit about, first of all, I will say this, during the furloughs, everything is documented as unemployment, but technically when you're shut down for 2 weeks, it's not unemployment. I did make a difference on that. The unemployed is when you're without a job and you're actively looking for a job. My mom was furloughed. She was shut down for 2 weeks, but then it picked back up after 2 weeks. So she was able to apply for unemployment. And that was one of the little differences that they made on the unemployment compensation. But technically, she was not unemployed. They were shut down for 2 weeks or 3 weeks. But that's, so I had to specify terminology own with my students, because for their AP exam and for any exam, it's important to know the difference on how things was recorded this past year with in the future, the unemployment is going to be those who are actively looking for jobs and without work. But yes, I didn't spend a whole ton of time on it, but we did touch up on what it actually means to, and I'm not an expert in unemployment compensation, but I talked to my mom because she has been on it several times in the past and sort of kind of what she had to do. But what I did was I just shared stories like a friend of mine that many of you may know because she's worked in education. She had a family member who was actively looking for work, but it was, they were making more through the unemployment compensation than if they entered back into the workforce. So
well, I'm talking about long-term as far as restaurants, retail stores that, you see signs on the doors of restaurants saying, be patient because we can't even seat everybody because we can't get enough waitresses. Small business owners who are trying to hire workers who, are working themselves, 12 and 16 hours a day, may have to close because they can't do it. So the long-term effects of that, and it's not going to be considered unemployment because these people are not actively seeking jobs.
Yeah. And I think we're just now, I think that's something that a conversation that will come up in the fall, because it seems that I'm seeing those same signs. And right after school, we went to Nearpod to get some, whatever ice cream, the gelato or whatever that stuff was, and they were closed because they were closed from lunch to 4:30. They didn't have enough workers. I think it's just now hitting. I don't think it hit enough when my students were actually in school for that to be a conversation. But I think it's definitely going to be a conversation now because we're experiencing it. I'm trying not to get frustrated, to be quite honest, because I think when we see sort of kind of what's going on and the reasons, I try to be patient. But I love Sonic. I grew up on Sonic, but the Sonic and Gluckstadt right now is I know they don't have enough help because twice I've pressed the button, had to leave because I was just sitting there, nobody could answer. So I think we're all about to experience it where it can't, and the kids are going to experience it. So it can be a conversation that you can have when school comes back. But I don't think it was quite there in the spring. And maybe because we weren't going places yet. Now, we're starting to travel more and go out to eat more. Things are opening back up. And I think a lot of the fast food places are now opening back up on indoors. I'm seeing in Madison anyway that you can go indoors. So
what about statewide as far as the State Department? Aren't they supposed to be checking to make sure that you've gone to job interviews or, monitoring whether or not you've been offered a job?
All right. So from what I've heard from some friends, because again, I haven't done this research, but things that I've heard from friends and what I've picked up is you can show proof of looking for work. And then when the work people call you to offer a job, you're not taking it, but you are proving you're looking because it's like you said, more lucrative to possibly be on the unemployment. And maybe it's not the right job. I know that's another perspective is, working two part-time jobs to pay the bills, but those part-time jobs don't offer the benefits that you're needing, which is the other side to that. And, my mom worked three jobs with me growing up. So one full-time and two part-time. So I sort of kind of get the need for the full-time for the benefits, especially if you have children and people like that. So, but yeah.
Doesn't this speak to a deeper economic problem in this country when you're literally earning almost double on unemployment that you were making working a job, some people a full-time job? It's not just that people don't want to work, but people desire, I think in a lot of cases, gainful employment.
I think that,
if I'm going to make more sitting at home than I would slaving away over a hot fry vat, what would your choice be?
I think the issue that we got to work with the younger kids, especially right now, is going back to that graph of level of attainment on skill level. dropping out of high school, which is so important, which is why the high school rate is, dropout rate is when you don't have that skill level, you're not going to be marketable in the workforce. And so there's, some would argue there's that correlation. But if you're like my mom and you're 62 or you're in your 50s, it's a little bit difficult to go back and say, go get that skill, go get competitive. For the younger generation, I think it's there. You can. For the older generation, it may be a little bit more difficult. So I think it's easier to say well, first of all, that's an opinionated question. So, I think if you put 30 economists in a room and presented them with that question, you're probably going to get 30 different answers and perspectives. I would just say for our young generation, that the kids that we're working with right now, I think it's important to show them those correlations between unemployment and the workforce skills. So, but
and again, I look at it, I can speak from personal experience, moving back to Mississippi from California with a master's degree and having had significantly gainful employment and coming home and couldn't even get an interview for jobs that I was more than qualified for. So I don't think it's simply a case of a lack of skill in all cases. Now, there's definitely that argument, absolutely. But I don't think it's just people that lack skill or education that are finding themselves in this predicament.
What would you say the solution would be?
And and I'm not I think we have to start with a decent wage. We always talk about teachers being underpaid, but it's not just teachers that are underpaid in many places. It's a lot of areas. A bachelor's level teacher makes more than a master's level social worker that works for the state. So, you're looking at a master's and a bachelor degree. Granted, it's two different areas, but the disparity of income is so significant between the two. So I think that, in a lot of cases, states don't have the money. Let's be honest, Mississippi doesn't necessarily have the funding to pay for those positions, but you have to dig deeper and look at, okay, why doesn't Mississippi have the money? And you start talking about things like education, where the money's not being put into education, therefore industry is not coming in. You look at the quality of life in an area, industry is not coming in. I live in Jackson. We've seen big box stores come in and move out, so there's a lot of factors involved. There's no one quick, easy solution. But I think it takes more than just economists to solve the problems.
Yeah, I think we're going to have families. And I think sociologists, psychologists, economists, politicians, there are a perspective for each side of it. Going back to the wages, I think that's where too, in your classroom, you can bring up the labor market, because stepping outside, I'm not talking about teacher wages or anything that's a public job, but when you look into the private sector, the wages are determined sometimes, I'm not talking about all the time, but the labor market, the supply and demand. And while some professions pay more, for my students, I make them go to Bureau of Labor Statistics or actually it's .gov, it's a government site. Go on there, there's an occupational handbook, and I make them do research into the growth of their profession. And again, I think it starts with a lot of the younger generation and getting them to look. I tell mine, you may want to go to college and major in liberal arts, but tell me, how's that going to pay your bills? What's a liberal arts degree going to do? What skill level are you going to sell yourself? If you want to be an architect, that's great, but is there growth in that profession? Can you find a job, and what are your wages going to look like? For the kids that we're working with and coming face to face, these are the concepts that we need to teach them. And then of course, how to deal with that on a bigger level is you've got to be careful, I think, in the classroom, how to sort of kind of approach that. But I think some of these lessons on the Council of Economic Education, they do give you those different perspectives to think about. And so but going back to yours, it's $1 million question, and it's easier. I don't know. I'm not going to say it's easier to say this is what needs to be done, but I think it's very complicated because it's just not like how you said, how to attract businesses into Mississippi. It goes more than just, you got to have good schools.
Absolutely.
You have good,
it's not just,
Well,
right.
Ms.
There's
Green,
so
I
many
think
factors.
Ms. Green made some excellent points. And unfortunately, I teach economics, but it's a semester course, and I very rarely ever get to spend time on the role of the state versus the federal government, just because of time and curriculum and so forth. But I have a daughter who is a junior in college, and we just had this discussion the other day that her and her group of friends have no intention of staying in Mississippi because of all the points that Ms. Green just pointed out. You know, why does a social worker with a master's degree make less than a school teacher? You know, it's and if we're not going to get the young people to stay in Mississippi, this is going to be a long-term problem that's only going to get worse.
and I would say this is where also it's important to teach our youth to be engaged civically. And my principal always laughs at me because every time there's a problem, I'm quick to send an email. And you learn to do it, but like I had an issue with AP certification in our state, and I worked with years with our House representative to try to get a law passed to get us out of that stupid getting recertified every 5 years. It was ridiculous. We were one of 5 states, and it failed. But guess what? This past year, MDE finally released it 8 years later. And I'm not saying I was behind it, but I brought attention to it along with Corey Wilson, he's not a representative anymore. But I think it's important that our kids can write, can engage, can be informed, and also know that issues are more complex than what they see in a classroom sometimes, or what we present. I think it's important for them to hear that's why I like economics, is it's a little bit more database that you can pull the numbers and then give different, the emotional side is sometimes taken away from it, where you can sort of kind of present a situation like what we did in that first lesson. Each of you had a certain reading, you had different graphs and data to look at, but you had a different perspective. And then you came to one ultimate problem you can present to solve in the classroom, but looking at different viewpoints. Yes, lots of good different points. Springboard discussions. I will, just for the sake of time, I'm just going to show you the link, because I want to do the little Kahoot thing, but I'm going to share with you my screen. I'll give you all this link later so you can access it. Okay, so you can see, you'll have this later, but this lesson is, on the website, but we were going to, but I'll just sort of kind of edit and adjust this because we're all about flexibility right now. But basically you can upload and give this to your students. And each one of these is a different, like you can watch a video, or you can observe, you can explore, you can engage. So these are different ways that the students can come in contact with some of the issues that you want them to think about. And then it links it. So for example, if you want to engage, COVID hits poor neighborhoods hard, the students would click on that and it would take them to, like, this is a newspaper article, all right? Or what if you wanted to explore? Here's an article that's interactive, so you can explore and do some different things. So I would not suggest, get this up, that you make them do all of these. The lesson plan actually suggests that maybe you let them pick 2 or 3 of them, and they can watch videos. Here's some more where, here are the questions as well. What I was going to get y'all to do, but we're not, because we're going to make adjustments, is I had created then a Google form that you would just tell me, what links did you choose? Did you choose to explore, or what? Which resources did you like? this may be good, something to start off on with your students, because it could possibly give you better ways to know what they're doing. What topics did you find interesting? So it's sort of kind of a vague, because everybody's going to have their own click on different things, but you can get some feedback from them. We're not going to do this, but that was part of this lesson, that all from that lesson plan, but again, just stemming from the Nearpod, the conversations, how everything hit each, like different groups differently. And I'll say this, and a lot of you, you get this, we're from all over the state right now. I grew up in a very small, Webster County is actually where I grew up. You can bypass Upor now, which is where I'm originally from. But living for the past 21 years here in Jackson Metro, I always be mindful to tell my students that sometimes you have to think outside of your little box, because to them, when you lose your job, it's real easy to go, there are so many job opportunities in this area without you even moving your home. But that's not true for a majority of people in our state. Upor, you know, it would always get hit hard during recessions. It was an industrial town. Both my parents lost their jobs back in 2000 recession early on, and 2001, 2002. There, you know, most of my students will say, just get up and move, go find another job. But so I'm quick to remind them that's not necessarily the case for a lot of people, not only in our state, but in different parts of the country. My parents are still in the house that, I mean, I'll be 43 this year, and I grew up. They've been in that house the entire time. Their extended families there, their roots are there. There is no just picking up, selling your house and moving to where a job is. So when there are no jobs in a 30-mile radius of your house, what do you do? And so they commuted to Vardaman is where they found a job. And a lot of people work in Starkville. So I think it's important to also get students to think about that, because it's hard to, you live within your little box to think like, well, why don't you just do this? And so that could be a good point that's brought up in this lesson as well, as thinking about that. All right, so before I let y'all out for lunch, we are going to do the Kahoot that, I don't know, as I got older, I cannot talk and do two things at one time, I'm sorry. That came with the lesson plan. So actually it's at the end of your Nearpod, if you're still there. If not, I'll give you the link. If you will go to Kahoot, I'm going to share my screen and give you the, I've got to get better at doing this stuff. Oops. All right, hold on. All right. So if you'll go to Kahoot and enter the pin. Cut the volume down real quick. Again, I didn't create this Kahoot. It came with the lesson plan online, and I'll give you everything. And I think that's what's great about the Council on Economic Education, the National Council, is they're doing a great job at first of all, converting the paper lesson plan, how we've always used, to Nearpods and Kahoots, changing the different platforms of how we teach students. David Ricardo. A lot of you probably did Kahoot. Kahoot was good to do virtually. I did Kahoot a lot and gave extra bonus points on quizzes and tests and everything else. Did it a lot with my face-to-face, but it was very easy to use virtually as well.
Sorry, I can't figure out how to get in.
It's
That's
fine.
that's
You're
why I
fine.
was trying to use the Chromebook also because I'm terrible with technology. But I'm here.
It says I'm in, but I don't, and I see my initial on your screen, but on the Kahoot screen that I'm on, I don't see what to do.
It won't show you anything until she
Until I
starts.
start it. Yeah. So it's just going to be sitting there right now.
When you get to Kahoot, what do you click on?
Here, let me show you real quick. All right, so it should Kahoot it. I'm not sure if you're looking at this screen.
No, I'm not.
Okay,
Wait.
I'm sorry. There I go again. I just assumed instead of just giving y'all the, yeah, go to kahoot.it, Kahoot it. And when I show you the game pin in just a second, you're going to enter that number right here.
Kahoot it. Okay.
And oops, there we go. There's the game pin,
Okay.
402-8386.
Okay, now I think I have it now.
I think now, I think Kahoots, I think even my elementary child, they love Kahoot. But of course, I mean, those of us that teach economics, you know, incentives are very important. And so either candy or points or something usually drives some good stuff, some good competition. All right, so if you're not in, that is fine. I'm going to go ahead so we can make sure that we get to lunch in time. So I'm going to go ahead and start it. If you get kicked out, I'm not going to lock it, so you can always pop back in and join. Now, I'm not saying that we covered all this, so don't feel like you got to know all this, but this is the one that came with the lesson plan. And of course, we didn't spend a lot of time on it, so no stressing.
I can't see the question.
I see classroom perfection.
The
Okay.
questions are on her screen.
Oh.
You have to look at her screen.
Oh, sorry. There I go again. Yes.
Snap
And
your
I
screen
will
together.
maximize it. So yeah, so you'll project this in the class. So the student will read it on the projection, or in this case, my screen. And then on your device, you'll click either red, blue, orange, or green for the answer.
Dr. Neely, it's at the bottom of her screen.
Okay, so I'm not going to be able to look at my screen and your screen at the same time?
No.
If you snap your Zoom together with the internet, you can, but if not, you're gonna have to.
Oh, like a side by side.
Side by side.
And I have students too, they'll do this on their phones. If they don't have their computer, they can log in too. So that may be an option that's maybe easier. If you're not familiar with Kahoot, it's all about how quick too that you buzz in with the correct answer. So you can have a ton of students answer every single thing correctly, but they're going to get really competitive and when they can answer the quickest, because that's where you get more points. All right, software services. Yeah, I would have thought too, hotels and theme parks, because the way my mind was working on restaurants and bars, we have all the carryouts and stuff. So I would have naturally, I think, chosen their hotels as well. Now, I don't think we spent a whole lot of time on this one. Oh, we had 8 to 8. Now, one thing you could even bring in on this one, think about how much tourism goes on in these two states with Las Vegas, Reno, and of course, Hawaii and stuff. And that's that K-shaped recovery, that part of the lesson. 2 more questions. And last question. I'm not even sure why that was in there. Okay, so let's see. 3rd place, 2nd place, and 1st place. And they give runner-ups now. All right, so before we go to lunch, just a few things I'm gonna get back so I can see y'all real quick. Oops, stop. Sorry. Oh, there it is. I moved my thing. All right, stop share. One thing too, if you're not familiar with Kahoot, I thought I'd cancel out here. Just a second, go away. All right, is that you can pull up reports. I never did this until this past year. When you have, 20-something kids in a classroom, they have their devices up and they're doing the Kahoot. Well, how do you know because what I saw was, I knew I had like, let's say 21 students, and all of a sudden only 19 are responding. So what I started to do was in Kahoot, on your teacher side, it pulls up reports and you can literally see if the students answered all the questions and which ones they didn't answer. And I teach all seniors. So I started busting them a little bit on there and that. So it's a pretty good accountability to what you have to do. And it's a great, kids love it if you've never done it before. All right, so before we leave for lunch, just a few things on the agenda. We have one more lesson to work through, which I've tried to include different little things for each of the lessons. And then I'm going to walk you through Fiscalship at how, because again, it's a great resource in simulation, but if you don't really understand how to do it, it's going to be a disaster in the classroom. But it's a great one too, if you ever have a virtual snow day or when teachers have to work, but students are at school or whatever, it's a great thing that they can do. My virtual kids, once I went over it last fall, they did fine with it. So that's our plan. What I would like you to do is go ahead and start brainstorming. I'll give you the eval link, of course, at the very end of class, but anything that, because I am doing this workshop again on July the 15th. Again, hopefully, virtual workshops are great because I think it reaches lots of teachers across the state, but there are just some things it's just difficult to do sometimes when you do a virtual workshop. So I know I've got to get better at Zoom in the links, but just go ahead and brainstorm if there's little things that you could see, like, hey, I suggest maybe do this with this lesson for the next group coming in on July the 15th. Just go ahead and start thinking about that, put it on the eval so I can make those changes and stuff. But anyway, so we're going to go to lunch from 12 to 1. You can mute yourselves or log out or whatever, and I'll see you back at 1.
I have a question. When playing Kahoot, do I just click on the symbol?
Yes, that's Yeah,
Because
it's
I
only
couldn't
this.
tell if it was going through. Okay,
It should recognize, like, once you click on it on your phone, it should just sort of kind of sit there and churn until the next question comes up.
okay. So
But a lot of my students sometimes, they could all be on the same device and all of a sudden theirs would freeze up. And it really stunk if they were in the top spot to win and all of a sudden it froze up. It's just
Okay,
part
I
of it.
just couldn't tell if it was actually going through.
It was, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Uh-huh. Welcome back. I'm gonna go ahead and give you this link. Here is the link to all the lessons. I'm going to share before we get started, share my screen with you. All right, so here is the how to teach fiscal policy in the COVID era. This is the Peterson Foundation that did the IOUSA. This is where I chose 3 of these lessons, but you can see there are a lot more. They have a ton on fiscal policy too. If you didn't want to try to get it so heavy-handed, or maybe one from here and one, a lighter one or whatever, you could do that. So they have one on automatic stabilizers, so like our tax system and unemployment compensation and things like that. We did to intervene or not intervene. We also did the economic impact of the crisis and how like things do not impact everyone the same. The last one that we're going to look at is who gets billed out and why. So I'll just click on the very first one. So if you do not have an account with Econ EdLink, I would suggest get one. They're great resources. But you can see here the objectives. And again, all I did was I cut and pasted it from here and put everything on PowerPoint. But here are all your resources. So it actually gives you the slides that you can use, or you can import them into your own PowerPoint. These are the files that I've uploaded in the Google Drive. This is the warm up, the receipt. So everything's here for you. Let's see. It even says, here's that group activity, like that jigsaw, how to do it, further assessments. On like the activity with the Nearpod, when you go, well, here's what it looks like right here under modeling. It'll tell you, okay, on this slide, explain the difference between this. This is what, like, so on the Nearpod, I had projected like a chart. And so basically you could have this lesson printed out, and then it walks you through, like when the students are looking at slide 2, you can see in your notes, okay, this is what this slide means. This is what you need to point out. This is what to ask students. So it's literally word for word. There's, not much work on your part as far as additional work. It really walks you through everything. But I wanted to share that with you. It's a little difficult to find. If you just go to Econ EdLink, you would have to navigate the resources a little differently in order to get all of these grouped together. So I wanted you to have that link. Oh, and one more. You know how we were talking just through casual conversation right before lunch, more on the state side. So here is the role of state government programs. I thought that one may be very useful. And even if you don't teach economics, teach Mississippi studies or anything government, that would be a good one to overlap, because fiscal policy is government intervention in the policy. Of course, on the national level, you're talking about Congress and president, but it's the same on the state level. It's our state legislature with the governor. So there's that link there that's in your chat. One more link I put in your chat earlier is I thought it would be easier just to go ahead and give you the COVID. If you click on that link, I put everything in folders on the Google Drive. So to intervene and not intervene, economic impact, we're going to do bailouts. And we're not necessarily going to use all these lessons, but I went ahead and uploaded them. You can also get them on the website right here, but I just downloaded and upload and put them in this Google Drive. Fiscal Ship, we'll do that one in just a second as well. We're not necessarily going to do all those handouts, but I'll at least introduce them to you. One more link I will go ahead and give to you is where you can find all my econ lessons, and I think I have world history and some government stuff. So here is, I'll paste, this is my blog link that I clicked created during one of my boring moments during the pandemic shutdown. You would have to skim through. I've got a tag here, excuse me, personal journey. So you might want to just ignore all that stuff. But right here, I have some posts that are labeled like how to use movies to teach to enhance student instruction. Some things I've done there. The curriculum on art in economics is actually right here at the very top right. How can you use art to teach economics? There, I have all of this actually right here. This is Mississippi Council, MCEE. I don't know why this is not working. All right, I'll have to go back and look at my blog link in just a second. That should be clicking where it links all the lessons for you. I don't know why my link's not working, but anyway, the entire curriculum that was created not too long ago, let me get back there, on how to incorporate art and economics together. It is there. I just don't know why my link's not working. So I will get that fixed for you. But here's where I want to show you. At the top, see, it should be highlighted right there. If you click on econ middle and high school lessons, and I'm still working on this just a little bit. I was going to use some of my time this summer to do this. I have everything in Google Drive, but it's linked by units. And this is how I teach it in my class, a little differently in the order. I change it up every now and then. But so let's say you're teaching scarcity, no matter if it's in economics or to a fourth grader. All right. You can click there. It takes you to the Google Drive. What I'm working on is trying to put everything in more folders for you so it'd be easier. So let's say you want something that deals with cost benefit analysis. There are my 3 activities on cost benefit analysis. Maybe you want to do scarcity. Here is the kidney. All right, so years ago, I was in the 2006, the first group of MTE students with the council, and we were given this activity. I've sort of kind of expanded it. I've included also my PowerPoints. I don't necessarily have the teachers to say this, but that's the activity. So you can sort of kind of run away, do whatever you need to with it. So if you teach elementary, all right, that's my soon to be high schooler, 9th grader. That's when she was 4. We made her work to buy her Wii. And actually my 10-year-old just left with my husband to go pressure wash a house. So he pays her $5 an hour. But here are some literature activities, some that I've created, some that are taken from other people that I've just sort of kind of dumped there. How can you teach an elementary kid about choices and just simple things such as using pictures and making them think, which one do you want? And then for whatever reason, I will work on getting my world history. I thought my world history lessons were already linked on there, but maybe they're not. So I will get those linked. I have government and world history lessons that I have been trying to upload. Maybe I'll just run out of time. But this is the site. So I'll go back to the homepage real quick. Where eventually throughout the summer and throughout the year, I'll just keep updating it and adding whatever I have to it for you. Oh goodness. All right. So let me give you that link real quick. All right, so there are 3 links. Again, if you want to go ahead and pull up, click on the Google Drive so you can just have everything there and then just click on the few things I need you to click on later. I would suggest maybe go ahead and click on the Econ Ed link and save that or bookmark it. And then on my, I walked outside for a second and now it's, something's blooming outside. And then there's my, all the other individual lessons there. All right, so we only have one more lesson that we're going to look at. And I like how this one is created. It's it gets you thinking. And let me get back. If you want to go ahead and click on bill outs. This is a term that we've all heard about. And it's something that's always we're asking questions about, like who decides who gets billed out and why. That's the name of the lesson. Who gets what money? How much is allocated here? Why do you think this industry is more important than this industry? So I'm going to give you this this link, and what I want you to do, you know me and my links, make sure everyone getting better here. If you would click on poll everywhere, this is from the lesson plan, but basically this is what it's going to look like. I want you to list 3 industries you think are important to the United States and why. Or when you think about sectors of the economy or whatever, but try to get specific, like, do you think the automotive industry or the agriculture or the technology, things like that. So in the chat, I have given you the poll everywhere link. Now, if you're in your classroom, the students a lot of time will just go to a website that's real easy. You don't have to give them these links all the time. I'm just sort of, I'm trying to just, since we have so many of them we're doing at one time, that's why I'm just going to directly link you there instead of you trying to log in every single time. So once you click on that link, you should have a little, and my screen is shared for you. So I'm going to share now as responses come in.
Ms. Walker.
Yes.
If we're incorporating this in our classrooms, would it be wise, because I heard what you said about some of the seniors not responding sometimes and you're having to get on them. You know, we all have some students who will not answer or not respond. Yep. And there's a poll and there's no name attached because it's kind of anonymous. Would it be wise to attach numbers to those students before we set the polls up that way? You know who's responding, who's not?
Yeah, okay, so you're not able to see, but I'll tell you what, I'll share my screen through your teacher login. You see who's doing what. It's just the students can't see who is saying what. But yes, you can actually download reports. You can also save them on your computer or print them out and have documentation on who did what. Which is also, I didn't realize, and maybe it's a new feature with Kahoot. I didn't realize Kahoot did all that until last spring. And then when I busted some of my seniors just sitting there and acting like they were doing the test review through Kahoot, but they really weren't, I saved the documentation, did not give them a grade for participation. And they didn't argue because I made a note that they didn't participate. They only answered 2 out of the 20 questions. And then
for collaboration or discussion purposes, could we attach or assign numbers, so that just say you're number 67, I'm number 70, and I want to respond to something you said, and I say, okay, hey, number 70, what about this, this, and this? You know, because sometimes they do have dialogue, they do communicate with each other and voice their opinion about what the other said. That's why I was asking about the numbers, where they can see the number but not know exactly which one of their classmates said it.
Yeah, there may be, I haven't played around with that on Poll Everywhere. I've done that through Canvas, did group discussions before, or go through discussion and then they can respond back. But I'll show you in just a second how you can create all kinds of different stuff through Poll Everywhere. But yes, I'm sure there is something there that where they could get on there and communicate.
Communicate with each other, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right, so let me see, that is one thing. I mean, as frustrating as this year has been with COVID, it has forced me anyway to see what else was out there. I'll also share with you a website where I did matching activities, because I'm real big into tactile learning. And so when my students are learning graphs or something like that, I make them like take stuff and move them in categories to sort of kind of keep practicing. Well, we couldn't use, like I could use all that stuff, but I was going to have to, you know, spray it down and wash it after every single class. And that's just, I didn't have time to do that. So I found some websites where they can go and click and drag, and it's not quite what I like doing in class, but it was enough where they had to move and match different things. I'll share that one to you with you as well, because that's one thing. I don't know about you, and every teacher's different. I love Econ EdLink lesson plans, but sometimes it's hard for me to print out a lesson plan and try to fit myself into it. But if I can take what they are giving me, the information, the research, the data, then I can make it work, pick and choose, do a little bell ringer here, or maybe do a poll. These would be great things like just bell ringers. You know, I don't know if you ever thought you could take one lesson, break it down into like a little 5-10 minute bell ringer or thought-provoking discussion at the beginning of class. Students like to talk, and a lot of times they're not given the opportunity to talk good talk. And it also gives you a lot of good information so they can learn to, okay, this is what, this is like what I do with Supreme Court cases, which I love. It's, okay, let's look at the Fourth Amendment search and seizure. How do you think the court should rule? But it's not more, it is their opinion, but it's more, let's take the evidence from the stuff. So I think these would be great little 5-10 minute things you could do in your classroom. And then maybe take a second part of the lesson and do it as the bell ringer for number 2. That's sort of kind of how I work. I get more stressed out trying to fit what I want to do with the lesson. So I just sort of kind of take what they've done and tweak it just a little bit. But after we look at these 3, some of what you're saying right now, I'll just, maybe once we move through this lesson, so I don't get too distracted, I'll just pull up this website and show you all the different stuff that you can do. And you can organize it. So I have stuff for this workshop organized. I have stuff for world history on here organized, everything else. All right, so first thing is just ask students, what are 3 industries you think are important to the United States and why? This is a lot of times just a paper handout in these lesson plans, but I'm trying to get away from paper because he wants to use time on copying and taking up and doing all that stuff, and you can have your stuff documented here. So healthcare, manufacturing, we'll just skim through here, ag, the medical industry, communications, technology, education, food services, auto industry, see lots of different infrastructure, transit, defense industry, real estate, car, technology. A lot of you are saying agriculture, food industry, banking. The first one there, automotive, restaurant and food, banking. Military is fine. Technology, let's see, agriculture. And I love putting in there, now for Poll Everywhere, the Y part may get it sort of kind of congested a little bit. You can use, Socrative is great for this as well. So instead of sharing it as a class, you can just discuss, individuals with students. Military, hardware, agriculture, steel. Oh, we hadn't had that one yet. Health. Okay, that's okay. We forgot to answer the why. I was thinking about the trucking industry. Sorry about that. Blew that up. Yesterday, going to my school, there was a 18-wheeler that was having to, traffic had to come to a stop so it could back up into one of the Nissan feeder industries close to like in Gluckstadt. And I don't know why I thought about that. I was like, if we didn't have truckers, we would not have any goods getting transported from point A to point B. A lot of times we don't think about the middleman there. All right, healthcare, education, retail. So we have lots of different industries, but a lot of you are thinking about the same ones. And one other thing is, after you could use this in Socrative and then just have students call you out industries and then just write them on the board. And then you can just have a visual for the students to see all the different industries that you put. I've just gotten, I don't know if you're like me, but the students, it seemed this past year, it was a little rough too, but unless there was a grade attached to what they're doing, it just seemed like they weren't going to do it. So we were easily taking 2 or 3 grades a day. Just some simple things like doing your bell ring. Oh, tourism, service. All right. So lots of good discussion on that. So what this lesson is going to look at is the goal. Well, yeah, we're going to look at the goal, but how decisions are made about which industries to bail out. And I'll tell you this, there was, and I'm going to share it to you in just a second. There was something I learned in this lesson that I've always mentioned in a really poorly worded way to my students, but now to see the evidence is sort of kind of fascinating. So I'll share that with you. So vocabulary term, what is a bailout? It's when a business, individual, or government provides money and or resources to a business in danger of failing. Sometimes it's referred to as government assistance, government loans, or capital injections. And by the way, I'm just taking what from the resource slides that are in the lesson plans, and I've just pasted it into my PowerPoint. So I did not come up with any of this. This is directly from the lesson plan. Bailouts are usually very controversial because they use taxpayer dollars to support specific companies or industries. Some loans become profitable over time. Government may get shares of companies or fees in return. And there's been a long history of bailouts. This is nothing new. So what I want you to do is go to your Google Drive that I previously shared with you, and I'll show you where it is in your chat feature. So let me get back to your chat.
Ms. Walker, can you drop that again for me?
Yes.
I had to come back in and my chat is empty.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, here it is. I wish I had 2 screens right now so I could. Oh, there we go. Sorry. I wonder where it went. Oh, Barry, no, I do not do anything with bailouts and subsidies. I may briefly talk about subsidies with my AP kids, but I really, for my, oops, I accidentally just sent that to him. I really do not talk specifics on that with my regular econ. I think in micro, we get a little bit more into subsidies, and that's it. All right, so there's the Google Drive. You will click on where it says bailouts and click on brief history. It's the 4th one in mine, brief history of US bailouts. Now, I don't know if you did this, Annie. I do these a lot for bell ringers. Like my youngest daughter's 4th grade teacher used Socrative. They didn't really use Canvas for quizzes. They used Socrative. I use Canvas. I created Canvas quizzes, but you can do this in whatever platform that you have. But if you go to, just a second so I can show you. So there's it would be best to have a split screen too. If you shrink this screen and then bring up, whoops. I'm going to copy and paste this in the chat feature for you. I do reading quizzes a lot, where students read, but they're answering. So these, number one, these should be easy hundreds for students who may struggle with the test and need some good daily grades. But sometimes I don't want to read stuff as a class, but I need students to read something. So by getting them to read something and then do a little few questions as they read, then at least we can come back in the very end and discuss it. So you're going to go to Socrative.com, click on login, student login, and then Walker 227. Oops. Now this is, yeah. And then there are 4 questions that you will answer through the reading. And I'm trying to make sure I can just put everything in chat so you can have it with you.
Miss Walker.
Hey.
Hey, what is the code again?
Oh, Walker 227.
That was Socrates.com, correct? Oh, let's see it.
Yeah.
I see it.
I have the question. Now I have to go back and find the reading.
Yeah, and it may be easier if you shrink, like if you can do a side by side. If not, the questions are more just sort of kind of these are more open-ended. When I do it in class, I get it more like specific, more factual. So you could probably just skim through the reading, then come back and answer your questions for this one anyway.
I can't see how to get to my screen. I'm trying to figure out how to get to the chat. The only thing I'm seeing is all the participant names and pictures. I'm trying to figure out how do you get back to the chat.
Do you see at the very bottom, put your cursor over it? Does anything pop up for you? Sometimes chat is down there that you can click on.
No.
Ms. Evans, what kind of device are you using?
I'm using my laptop and I'm on Chrome.
Well,
I
click participants and then see Ms. Walker and see if you can chat her, and then it'll bring.
You know what? It was working fine, but for some reason, I'm only getting the bar with the participants, and I have where I can change the layout of how I see the participants, but I can't get the. Normally, I had a just big menu at the top where I could click chat and show the participants. You can put them in the phone. I don't see that. I don't see any of that for some reason.
All right, I just sent you one directly. Let's see if something, maybe a notification maybe pops up. Let me pull up and see if I have your email. I could email it to you. Let's see.
This is weird.
Okay, so I do have your email. I don't know if that's easier. I'll email you real quick.
Okay.
I thought I just had the listed names, but it's here. So I'll send you the links. This is a Hotmail email.
Okay.
I have. Okay. I'm going to put several of them in there that we've used so far, so you can just have them all. There's that one. All right, I sent you 2 of the links. I'll get I think those are the main 2. All right, a few more minutes. If you're having problems getting in, I mean, that's fine. I'm going to show you my screen at what it looks like from a teacher, like your login, so you can know who's doing what. All right, so, oops, no. So here's my teacher login. Now, because I have this where everybody can see it, I hid the names, but the names are recorded. The score shows me a check mark of who's finished. You can show responses. Now, because this is a little bit more open-ended, you know, you would have to go in and look at each individual one. If it was multiple choice, then at the very end, when you finish it, you can pull up percentages and get a clear look at what questions that students are like. If there's only a 15% that got it correct, then you'll know like, oh, okay, let's look at this and let's talk about it. If 90% of the students got one correct, you don't want to spend time going over that one as much as you would with the other one. So it does break down the individual questions for you. Now we're doing quizzes. I'll show you later how you can do like a space race or something different. They have exit tickets on here as well. That's another one you can choose. There's a free version of this, but this past year, I think it was like $20 or something, but I paid to upgrade it since I was using it more for my virtual kids. If you're still reading, that's fine. These, I may in about a minute, go ahead and finish this. This is just, again, us to sort of kind of simulate how it would be in your classroom. But for the sake of time, we need to go on. So this would be after you quiz them on industries. This could be a little reading activity you can do to talk about the history of bailouts. And then I really like this activity, by the way, to think about why they choose certain industries over others. I will say this, I wonder, you know, this would be something you could bring up as well is why did you choose that industry? I know some of you talked about it, but a lot of times it could be because there's a personal connection. Like I would think manufacturing or farming or not farming, but like the furniture industry would be huge because my parents were always tied to that. My mom is still in it. My dad's retired now. So, you know, students that may say automotive, it may be because maybe a parent works at Nissan or Tupelo or Toyota and outside of Tupelo. So, you know, there could be maybe a personal connection to some of these industries. Also, what you can do with this is if you have any musical Hamilton fans out there, part of the musical is, you know, the banking, the bailout, him as being the original, the first bailout. So you could capture some of your music lovers' attention through that as well. So if you see the screen, I know for the sake of time, I'm just going to go ahead and finish it, but you we'll finish. This is what it looks like. We can show responses, and this is what I project in class. I sometimes hide. Show now, if it's multiple choice, it's going to show percentages here. And then at the very bottom, it will say, and again, this was open-ended, so it's not going to have a percentage, but it would say like 10%, 90%. And you can clearly go, okay, question 1, 90% got it correct. Let's go on to question 2. Ooh, only 10% of you. Let's look at question 2. Let's talk about it. I've done Socrative quizzes like this or test reviews to help the day before a test me to hone in on more what specific knowledge do I need to cover with students. Because a lot of times they're not going to tell you in class. They're not going to say, I need help with this one. You may have a few, but not many. Also, while we're here, you can see where it says export. So then you can download if you want to as an Excel spreadsheet or whatever, and it gives you very specific knowledge of who did what, the question, how they answered. Then you can go and look at what they said if you want to grade it individually or just to see. You can download individual student PDFs. This is what was sent home with my 4th grader for me to sign, was the individual report. If you're going to be out one day or somebody's going to grade, you can leave an answer key. So you can even print that out as well. So lots of good stuff through that. I'm going to activate one more thing for you. So stay in Socrative, but don't start anything because there are going to be 3 polling questions done through this. But we're doing it together. So you can't answer number 1 and then skip to number 2 before we talk about number 2. So I'm going to go ahead, and what you would do when you get ready to launch is you click launch, because that means if you're going to create one, you can see here all the ones that I have created under my folder. I'll go ahead and show you this while we're here. If you pay for the upgrade, you can create different rooms, so like different blocks of students, or if you want to go through all your reports and download who did what. And of course, we don't have any live results right now. But I'm going to go ahead and activate, but again, don't do anything yet. Just sort of kind of go back into Socrative. The code is the same. And here's the thing, codes are always the same. So once you get your students used to their specific code, and I always like, sometimes I'll have like A1 macro, like my first block macro kids, and that's their code. But again, don't answer any polling questions yet. Just go ahead and get in here. And then I'm going to, while you have that up, I'm going to go ahead and get my PowerPoint going. Y'all will be experts on Socrative by the time we're done. All right, so in this activity, there are going to be 3 rounds in which you will vote for what industry will be built out. All right, oops, sorry. So you are a member of the U.S. Congress about to vote on a bill that can provide government money to specific industries. In each round, you may choose up to 3 industries to receive money, but each round is going to be different. So in round 1, you're going to vote, but round 2, I'm going to give you some additional information to think about. Then you're going to vote. And round 3 is going to be a different perspective, and then you're going to vote. All right. So a few rules. You may not add new industries to the list. And of course, by the way, let me say this. This Socrative quiz was created by the Econ Ed people. All I did was clicked on it and it went into my account. So I did not have to create a new quiz for this, which is pretty cool. The amount of money will be significant to the industry in billions. So this is a big deal. And of course, we're not going to discuss the reasons why for the answers, but this is a good opportunity after each round to open up the floor to have students engage in those conversations. So these are going to be the industries that you will be voting on. And a lot of these are the ones that you mentioned actually in your bell ringer. So we have agriculture, airlines, automotive, construction. I'm not sure if anybody said that one in the bell ringer. Healthcare, retail, professional sports. Not sure if I saw that one on the bell ringer. Entertainment and performing arts. So these are the only ones you will be able to vote on when we get ready to go. So again, only vote for that specific round. There will be 3 rounds. So what I want you to do for round 1 is go to question 1 and go and select the 3 industries. From these 3, you select the 3 that should receive billions of dollars in money. I'm going to go to this on my phone. So in case you have a question, I can look at it. All right, so question 1, I'm just going to choose my 3. All right, I'm going to submit my answer. And you probably noticed it says incorrect. Let me go ahead and go over this real quick. That's going to freak out a lot of students, and it may freak you out because you're like, wait a minute, I thought this was my opinion. Anytime there are going to be, sometimes you create Socrative quizzes, especially like short answer type stuff, where it's going to pop up incorrect, but that has really nothing to do with it. This is going to actually poll everybody so you can see what everybody, what they chose. So don't let that, just click OK, but do not answer question 2 yet. All right. Now, after that, I would engage students in a conversation why you chose. Now, for the sake of time, we just can't do that today. So we're sort of kind of trucking along real quick. Now, round 2. So round 1 was more just sort of kind of your opinion and where it's probably very similar to your bell ringer. All right. But now this time you had a certain list to choose from. Now, round 2 is what's really fascinating, is the economic data. So now you're going to have to consider those same choices, but base it off more factual information. So several things to consider. Number 1 is the number of employees in that industry. So I want you to consider the economic impact of layoffs that happen during recessions and the number of jobs you might support with the bailout, right? Oops, yeah. Economic impact. This includes things like overall sales, tickets to events, the relationships with associated industries like catering and business. In other words, think about college sports. We're huge sports people in our household. Go State. But if that was, think about in the fall, how some states, like some programs were non-existent. Football was, done with, canceled. Think about all those businesses and industries that were impacted as a result of the professional or college or high school sports not being played. That's and that's going to lead into this part. I did not know about this. Now, we talk about the multiplier effect in AP macroeconomics, but we don't have, as part of my curriculum, we don't have this employment multiplier. Now, we talked about how things like chain of events and things are connected, but I'm going to show you something. This right here is, you don't have to go to your Google Drive this time, all right? I just have it projected up here, and I'll tell you what these numbers are about. But if you click on this in Google Drive, there is a tiny little reference link at the bottom that sends you to a website that talks more about this multiplier. So I'm going to show you this one first, and then I want you to use this one to make your choice. So what I thought was fascinating is, let's just look at this. I'm not going to go over and look, by the way, I'm not an expert on any of this stuff. I recently learned about this, but I think this is good information to share with students to get them to think. So let's take the mining industry at number 2 at the top. basically what this is saying is for 100 direct jobs that deal with mining, how many total other jobs are indirectly impacted by those 100 jobs? And so the article talks about people like the supplier jobs would be 224. So there are around, it would say for those 100 mining jobs, there would be 224 jobs impacted that supply into the mining industry. And I know you can't see me in my movements, but that's just sort of kind of, I'm still doing that. So the supplier jobs are coming into, they influence the inflow, I guess you can say. The 166 is those that come after the mining that are influenced, so more like an outflow. So there are a total of 390 jobs that will be indirectly impacted by those 100 mining jobs. So if 100 mining people lost their jobs, there could be 390, not saying that they're going to lose their jobs, that could somehow indirectly be impacted by the loss of those 100 jobs. And it took me a while to read that and figure it out. But once my brain clicked, I was like, oh my gosh, that's fascinating. Because we sort of kind of know that, like how things are like a chain of events, but to see some numbers, I can't wait until I'm teaching macro in the fall this year, not in the spring. So I can't wait to show this to my students. Look at utilities. For 100 jobs in utilities, there are 957 indirectly, 515 suppliers that would supply stuff to the utilities companies. Look at construction, durable manufacturing. A lot of you said manufacturing. Look at real estate and rental leasing down. 879 could be impacted indirectly by whatever happens to the 100 real estate jobs. So anyway, you can find this on your lesson plan on the little reference link. It'll say employment multiplier. You just click there and it takes you to a website. This is the one that I want you to look at before you vote for round 2. So this one is set up a tad bit differently, but you can see in that third column, do you see that employment multiplier? It just sort of kind of worded it easier, but it said indirect jobs created by one direct job. All right. So look at agriculture. If there are 2.3 million employees in ag, and of course, you're talking about the impact of billions of dollars, but for those 2.3 million people, for one of those jobs in that third column, 2.28 would be indirectly influenced by whatever happens to one in the ag. And then it tells you, okay, now since you're thinking about one, for agriculture, you have 2.3 million. So you can get students to do some math, 2.3 million times 2.28, and play around with some numbers. Look at your airlines industry, automobiles. And so you can glance at this chart. I'm going to leave this chart here, but this is what you're going to use to now answer number 2 on your Soccer Day quiz. So the bigger the number is, the more impact that one job's going to have. So automobiles is a 5.4. So for every one job of automobiles, there are 5.4 indirect jobs created as a result of that one job. Another thing to think about, though, is the economic impact. It's not all about the numbers. What about the economic impact? Look at the retail. Retail and healthcare are actually more as far as the economic impact of the billions. So I'm going to go now and take my votes on my 3. Again, it's going to say incorrect, but don't worry about that. But stop after that one. All right, for the second time. Now, of course, I would probably spend more time on this talking about it in class, but you don't have time. Now we're going to look at round 3. So don't vote yet. There is an additional on your Google Drive that you're going to have to pull up on this one. It was just way too much to cut and paste on this, so I'll go over it. So you are an elected official, and you've got to make these decisions on which industries to bail out. So what are you going to think about? First of all, you got to think about your constituents. What do the people who elected you want? What industries do they work in? And what would most help the people in your state or district? And I think this is the conundrum that some politicians find themselves in is, and I've heard this before at a workshop years ago I went to, is let's say you live in an area within a certain industry, but you know maybe what's best for the country is going this way, but you know you're going to upset people. You know, sometimes there can be a conflict of interest in that. Lobbyists, which experts should you seek out and listen to? Who donates to your campaign? And then, of course, promises. What statements did you make when you were running for office? Is it re-election year? What does your political party want you to do? Is there pressure from the governor or the president, or is there pressure from your own political party? What if you digress from what your political party usually stands and you want to do? So these are things to think about. So where are you going to pull up your information? So if you will go to the Google Drive on the file box and click on, and I'll tell you what, I'll go there and do it with you. Click on bailouts, and where it says Activity 1 Congressional, now, this is more, you would cut these out and give them to different students in the classroom. So therefore, let's say if your last name's A through E, and I didn't do this for the sake of time, but you would give all your students a different card. So let's say, go back to your reading. You know, if you had reading 1 earlier, you are district A. If you have reading 2 earlier, you're district B. Reading 3, let's say you're district C, 4, D, 5, E, 6, F. So now, based on what district you represent, you have got to now base your 3 industry choices off your constituents, your lobbyists, like those 3 things that we thought about. So again, if you're reading 1, you're going to be district A. 2, I want you to make your choices based on district 3. 3C, if you are reading 4 earlier, you are district D. Reading 5, you're district E. And reading 6, you're district F. So now read your district, who you represent, and as a congressman or congresswoman, as a legislature, I want you to now choose your 3 options based off your district.
Reading 2 is District B?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, let's see. All right, just, I know a lot of you may not be finished, but so we'll have time to do the fiscal ship overview and finish everything up. The lesson plan walks you more through how to do this in your classroom. And of course, you will probably be engaged face-to-face, but if not, this is a way that you could somewhat do this with your students. At the end of this, I would pull up, the different polls, look at what students said, why did they say it, look at, if that class represented Congress, who's going to choose to get bailed out, and why? Would your decisions change if you found out the recession had been caused by one of your industries? Would that change your perspective? Would you want to bail them out if they're the ones who got everybody in a hot mess? What other industries should have been on that list, do you think? Or what are some other variables that you can play like in the role in this process? And of course, was it easy or hard with this information? Now, again, we just did really, I took one lesson and did just snippets of how you can use the lesson in these platforms. And I've said that like 1,000 times, and we can't spend that much time, and you may even be more confused, but I hope that gave you a little bit of some insight into maybe some questions that students have about some different industries. And I thought it was interesting how the entertainment industry was in there, in the professional sports. And a lot of people who are anti-sports would have never thought about that, but it's a huge industry in our country that has to be considered as far as it replicating the effects throughout. Does anybody want to share anything with this? I mean, please feel free to jump in if you want to. Again, I didn't come up with any of this. The only thing I did was took from the paper and just sort of kind of made it for the workshop, but everything as far as what you say, what you do, was created by the Council on Economic Education. It's in the link with all the lesson plans.
Christy, I think another factor is how much it would cost to replace an industry if it were to fail.
Yeah, that's a good one. And that even leads into outside of fiscal policy, but when you talk about trade and protectionist policies, the baby industries and the bigger industries and things like that. But yeah, that's a good thought. I bet the Federal Reserve Bank has some good numbers out there to crunch as well, or to pull up some data to back that up.
I was thinking about the as far as the manufacturing from the District A reading, and it would be that particular bailout would be kind of hard, being that everything that's on the list has something that will be affected by the manufacturing. So it was hard for me to choose because everybody's gonna have to have something manufactured into. So that would be a hard one for me. But I still kind of stuck with it. I did change from, I took the healthcare out and put automotive in because I know it's a lot of manufacturing companies in the auto industry, but also with the healthcare, we see how the healthcare worked with them being able to get everything, manufacture all of those different, the ventilators and all of that different type of stuff that they were trying to get in for COVID. So manufacturing would have to be a little more narrow than that.
Yeah.
It's real broad.
That district was also difficult. I was in the same one because they don't want to spend any money. They were conservative and wanting to get Washington on a fiscal budget. So I was in the same boat. It was hard to make a decision because, you don't want to lose jobs in manufacturing, but like you said, that touches every industry, but then they don't want to spend any money. So where are you going to divvy it up?
And I'll interject, a good point that you just brought up. When I teach economic theory to my students, I'm going to stop sharing the screen real quick. There, I like to see economic theory to my students. There's the economists, many economists are against a balanced budget amendment because it backs government in the corner to conduct expansionary fiscal policy during recessions and economic downturns and stuff. But John Maynard Keynes, he was all for deficit spending during these times, but then you return back to responsible spending when the crisis has passed. A lot of people now use the term Keynesian economics to justify deficit spending even during good economic times. So I think that's where the Peterson Foundation and IOUSA is looking at is, we have this huge fiscal situation, and then when you hit those economic downturns and this is when you want to be able to use these policies. But yeah, going back to that district, you want to rein in the fiscal part, but now you're sort of kind of in a situation where you need to help this industry. And we come from a big manufacturing, like a lot of counties in Mississippi are industrial type counties. So I know, as I guess it's been about 20 years ago when that recession hit, a lot of industries in my little hometown got shut down. And that was a huge percent of the workforce that were out at that moment. So yeah,
it's not just that either. Once you get the stimulus money or a bailout or whatever, you get used to that. And so once the spending has been allotted, it's very hard to pull the reins back. Same thing in a household. Yeah. When you use a credit card to buy something, well, now you have an extra bill that you have to pay the next month. So if you didn't have enough money to pay your bills that month, how are you going to have enough money to pay that extra credit card note now that you have? So, once the government spends X, Y, and Z on these industries, they don't want to take that money back. Once they give money to Medicare, you can't take that money back. If they give money to, the housing industry or farmers or whatever, how do you take that money back?
And I think that brings up a great segue into the fiscal ship little simulation, which is, it's an excellent tool, but I have known it not to be used well where students hated it. And so that's why I wanted to sort of kind of the last thing that we're going to do is it will get you thinking about all of this stuff. And by the way, you do have most of the lessons in the folder in the Google Drive. But again, I didn't create this. This is already created. It's already out there. You can spend as much time on the fiscal ship as you want to, or you can simplify it. So we are going to simplify it, but I'm going to get into the Google Drive and let me just walk you through how to understand some of the worksheets. And then I'll get all of you onto the simulation and just walk you through what to click and how it works. Okay, here we go. I'm just going to go back and share my big screen. All right, so under, let me go back. All right, so fiscal ship. So all of these come from the Council on Economic Education. I had created my PowerPoint as a handout that I had loaded up into Canvas for the kids because sometimes PowerPoints just get too big, and so I converted. I'm going to project real quick. So if you want to download this, I'm going to show you the fiscal ship PowerPoint. I'm not going to read through the whole thing, but if you download the PowerPoint, and that is the number, that's where you got to start first. And again, it's Econ EdLink. So this was originally not part of the workshop, but I just felt like it's a great, it still deals with everything we're talking about in the workshop. So, all right, so there are three parts to this. The first part, in your Google Drive, there is a student note sheet. So you can give them this and they can fill out the answers. This is what I made my virtual students and my face-to-face kids do. I uploaded that Word document in Canvas, and as I did the PowerPoint, they had to type in and take their notes. And so you can see here on the PowerPoint, do you see that this is what I love. And by the way, again, I didn't create this PowerPoint, but as you're discussing these definitions, it'll say, stop, answer number 4 right now. So it's great you could cover information that you need. We've already done this today. And then it sort of kind of walks the students through what they're supposed to do. Now, this is an old budget. This is 2018, but you can see how much money is spent on different, there's your Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, and the defense, and then interest is not documented here, but that would be a sliver of the pie as well. You can see it talks about the federal government, how it's run deficits for much of the last century. So you can see the IOUSA sort of kind of tracks a little bit of that. There's those little gray bars again. There's all those recessions. There's the national debt again, and we did that. There's the interest. Remember how there's that little sliver of interest. The more that government borrows, the bigger that sliver of interest the piece of pie gets. And so it walks you through all of this, and it correlates with the student worksheet. So they're taking notes and typing as you're going over it. It goes over why is it bad to have $28 trillion or 124 debt to GDP ratio? What are the consequences? And these are the consequences. And I'll go ahead and tell you again, YouTube, OUSA has small little solutions clips. You could break the students out into 5 groups, give them each a little short YouTube clip to watch. If it's not blocked, if it's blocked, maybe you can download them, in a different way, or talk to somebody about how to get access to them. But let them watch the clip about that solution and present it to class. So that will correlate to that slide. Now, here we go. This is where you sort of kind of have to figure out what to do. I'm not going to walk through the PowerPoint. I'm going to actually pull everything up. I use the PowerPoint with the students, but right here, if you will click in your Google Drive, identify goals, the PDF. What I had students do was, there are some different links for some of the different political parties, but I had them read through these governing goals because they are going to have to select 3 of these, all right? So you're going to have to select 3. I will go ahead and tell you, do not select fiscal Hulk, because it will be nearly impossible to get the simulation to end if you do that. Now, my husband, in front of his students in class, they selected Fiscal Hulk. So they were projected it and played it together as a class, and everybody had to participate, like try this, try this. They did it just to see how long it would take them to end the simulation. And it's very hard. I had some of my virtual kids choose it, and I didn't think about it at first, but they would send me later a message saying, Ms. Walker, it's not working. Like, I can't get it to end. And then I realized I finally put it together. So do not, right here where it says Fiscal Hulk, do not choose that for the sake of time. All right. But I always give students this to do. And a lot of times we do it ahead of time. So they can have, like, what does reduce inequality mean? What does fight climate change mean? What does being a tax cutter mean? So this is gives a great little description of what they have to do. All right, because they're going to have to choose 3. What my students usually do is they always choose some that contradict each other. And I never tell them that, because guess what? It's your choice. And I think it's good that things contradict. But eventually they figure out, I got to go back and change my goals because this is not working. And that's the learning process we want them to do. All right. So you don't have to worry about all this. One time I gave students all this stuff. These are all the different choices and options they can choose from, but don't worry about it. The biggest thing is to discuss these goals and what it means. So what I want you to do real quick is go to fiscalship.org. Fiscalship.org. Some of you may have played this before, but if you have, maybe you can give some insight into what works and what doesn't work. Fiscalship.org. So with my virtual kids, I spent the day before going over the vocabulary words, and then the next day they did the simulation. If you look at the very bottom of the website, you see Peter G. Peterson Foundation. There we go. So they are, again, the nonpartisan nonprofit organization that wants to educate people about the national debt and deficits and fiscal responsibility. So they were behind IOUSA. They were behind your lessons in the workshop today, and they're behind Fiscal Ship. So I'm going to walk you through this. So you will, this is exactly like you're my student. So you click on New Game. I'm going to mute it. And I told my students to put first name, last name, because later they would, one year they printed out their plan. This past year, they took a screenshot of it. So, but I had to have some kind of documentation for their name. Once you hit play, don't go anywhere else. So all students will go through like how to play the game. But instead of reading all this, I'm just going to pop mine up and walk you through it. So again, fiscalship.org. Then type in a name. And then click Let's Get Started. And then I'm going to walk you through what to click when. So you are going to click Choose My Own Goals. These are the goals that were in that OneDrive right here. Okay. So just for the sake, again, we only have about 10-15 minutes on this. You're going to click Choose My Own. And then you're going to have to choose these three. Do not choose Fiscal Hawk for the sake of time. Okay. So I'll, they update this every now and then too, because right now it says Joe Biden's priorities. Last spring, it said Trump's priorities. So whoever is president, they go and update according to who's in office. You have, this is new right here, Republican priorities. So you can see how they do throw that in. And I don't even think that is, yeah, see, they've updated as a goal. It's not here on the handout. So I'm just going to choose these three because they're going to sort of kind of contradict, so you can see. I'm just going to choose them in a row. So once you click on them, and again, for the sake of time, just click on three, but you can scroll and you can click off if you want that one or if you want that one. So just click on three for right now and then click Let's Go. All right, so let me walk you through. It walks you through everything, but I'm going to show you. So if you look, I don't know if you can see my screen, but there's a huge little white line cutting up. You want that line to go down to your target. So there are two goals. One is to get that line down. And the other one, look, if you see my screen, but on your screen too, whichever your goals, I have my three goals and you got 3 stars for each goal. You've got to get 3 stars for each goal and to try to get that line as close to your target as you can. Once you do that, then your game has basically ended and they can submit their evidence, a screenshot, save it or whatever. So for example, tax cutter, I want to click on, I'm going to click on corporate tax. So just watch me for a second to see if there's something I can cut. So do you see now where that line is dropping? All right, so let's say I want to click on that. When you click on something, it explains it. It gives you arguments for it, and it gives you arguments against it. But let's say I want to choose it. So I chose it. So my line went down, but as you can see, that is not good because repealing the tax cuts bring in more revenue, but it's not helping me meet my goal to cut taxes. So I'm going to remove that. So you can go back and remove it. So let's set, I don't know, let's just do this one. I'm just going real fast. And then you can always choose to review your plan. What do you have? So basically, the kids will be coming in and out, trying to meet their goals. So you can see I just had a green arrow going up. Let me find some more taxes here. Let's do this one. Use income taxes for Social Security. Use income taxes. That's not cutting taxes. So this, I need something to cut taxes if I'm to get that goal. Let's see if this one will work. All right, so if we implement a 15% flat income tax, you can see now we're going in the opposite direction for our target, but I did meet my 3 goals for tax cutter. So what you can tell students in this situation, because let me just, there are a cajillion scenarios for this. I want to keep my goals for tax cutting. So let me try to fight climate change and see if I can bring this debt down through climate change or by shrinking government. Let's do that. We're not going to play this whole thing, but I will say this. Some students may have to select things that disagree with just to be able to meet their goals. Let's say you want to impose a carbon tax. All right, so that brought my debt down. And it allowed me to get 3 stars for my goal. Okay, so I'm on the right path. So now all I have to do is shrink government, even though my debt is going not in the direction that I want it. Once you get, so let's say fast forward, I finally am able to shrink government and I got my 3 goals, all right? I may or may not be on this target because it's going to be harder for some students are able to select the correct categories in the policies and go quicker because their 3 goals are together. Some students are going to spend a longer time. And I've actually had some students in class finish theirs and have to partner up with somebody else to help them because their goals contradicted each other. Like, some of these like fighting climate change and shrinking government are going to contradict. So if I was to play this, it may take a little bit longer to do that. But let's say I'm at the very end and I want to submit my plan. It tells me you have not met your goals. And if I say, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and submit my plan, then the teacher's going to see the goals aren't met and I will grade accordingly. Some of my virtual kids, you know, they just submitted a rinky-dinky little plan and their grade reflected that. I don't grade this based on what you chose. I grade on, did you meet your goals? And so this is, you can see, look at my plan. So I did not meet my goals because do you see right here? So I did have some students that did not get full credit for this because they did not finish the activity. They submitted a plan without it. It tells you biggest revenue raisers, largest spending cuts. So you could have them print this out. Do you see the little print or save and submit their saved document? You can have them look specifically at the plan right here and submit that or print it out. I would have sometimes them take screenshots and submit that. But this is an excellent activity where it gets them looking at what they like, but what does that truly look like on the fiscal side? Because to be fiscal responsible, and here's where that contradiction is in politics sometimes, you have to increase your revenue while cutting government spending. And I think that's what some were saying, others. Once you start something, like everybody loves bigger paychecks and low taxes. So how can you get more revenue when, especially if it's election year or midterm election, by raising taxes, that's one way you can get more revenue. But then the flip side is, how do you not allow the economy to shrink as a result of that? How can you cut government spending? This is what I always tell my students. If you're all, go back to your congressional districts, your little card. Think about if you were assigned to cut spending, think about your constituents. I would say cut spending in these areas. Well, those are areas that you're passionate about, cut spending here. I've given students before the 2008 the stimulus package and had them look at it. And it was pretty interesting to hear how some were horrified to see funding cut from arts and humanities. And the other ones were like, cut it all out. Look at now, so I think that's where we as individuals and our values and priorities, it's a good discussion point. But anyway, I wanted to introduce that just a little bit to you. The best way to learn how to do this is just to dive in and do it. But if you would go back to the Google Drive or just go to Fiscal Ship, go to Econ Ed Link, they will have everything there for you. Well, not Econ Lowdown, Econ. Let me see, I think you can just Google. Let me see. I mean, I have them for you, but in case you need to, oh my goodness, what am I doing? Nope. They have everything word for word. The PowerPoint, there it is right here, the budget, the federal budget. So there's some more different simulations right there. The PowerPoint is key to help walk you through everything. All right, so I've given you the documents, but here's everything, the warm up, how to do it, what to say, the assessments, extension activities, everything. So there's that link there. Just again, it's called the Fiscal Ship. You can Google it. But it is excellent for students to do. All right, so that leaves us one last thing and then your evaluation. So if you will, guess what? Another Socrative. I'm going to finish this activity. And this time we are going to do a space race. Does anybody have anything to say or share before I launch our little space race thing? All right. So we are going to do our final little quote unquote test. And no, I'm not grading you, but I will download and save documents. So space race, these are great for test reviews. A lot of times I don't personally assign students to the teams. For this, I'm just going to say we're going to have 12 teams. I'm just going to let it auto assign you. This is where you get to choose cute little things. So we'll just be bumblebees today. And we'll shuffle some answers and the questions. And then, so what I need you to do is go back to Socrative.com. You should be experts by now. My code is Walker227. Walker227. I think there are only 8 questions to this. Could have made it longer, but I didn't. All right, so you're all in groups. And this is also a great way to review students. You can see the bees are rushing to the finish line, but you have colors. You don't have names. It's not necessarily though, who gets to the finish line first, it's who answers the most questions correctly. So it takes a little bit of pressure off of you. Like Kahoot, you feel pressure because you got to click it correctly. This one, not so much.
I'm holding my team back. My computer is just not letting me move past the first question. All right, it looks like most of us have finished. So let me show you when you finish the activity. Yes. This is where I'm not going to show the names. All right. But I'm going to show responses and I'm going to show results. This is what I use. Now I can download and export the report to give me specifically the students who may be struggling with the concept or whatever I'm reviewing them on. But this is where it's excellent to pull up, like, okay, 83% got question 1. And let's say question 2, there was 40%. I need to, spend some time to review on question number 2. This was also excellent to do with my virtual students because it was a way that I could engage them virtually and at the same time just quickly pull up an analysis and then go, and then because you can click on the question right there and then go directly to the question. Let's show results. Who chose? Okay, 76% chose A, 0 B, 24% C. I can go back, look at it again. Click on question 8. Sometimes they're, you know what I forgot to do on question 8? I forgot to mark the correct answer, I think. Yep, sorry about that. I forgot to go and mark the correct answer on that, but it is bailouts. So it's an excellent review. And again, you can export, save all of your documentation for everything. Okay, so before I give you the eval link, I'm going to stop sharing for a second. I was asking Allie, okay, so it's 2:34, and to get your CEUs, we need to try to get as close to 3. So we're gonna make sure our evaluations are done because you can't get CEUs or anything else unless, or the stipend, which you all want, unless that form is completed. But before we, let me make sure I go back to everyone in meeting. Is there anything, questions, answers, questions that you may have or suggestions? When we, the extras, yeah. Some of the activities, technology is so different. And I think I've been humbled as a teacher when I become a student sometimes, and I sort of kind of feel for them at that point. Yeah, technology issues are always something that we're going to have. So hopefully if you weren't able, if it kept kicking you out or whatever,
at least maybe you got some kind of different way, something that you could do in your classroom.
Christy, do you use fiscal policy as a
Again, I
standalone unit?
will, in my personal blog, I will try to get that arts and econ link working, and I know the Google Drive has all my world history lessons in there. I'll just need to get them linked there. So feel free to use whatever you can. I'm not saying that they're perfect, but I wanted to just make something that was the easiest way I could get all my stuff out there for whoever wanted to use it as well. All right, so on the evaluation, I'll go ahead and give you that link. Y'all have done these very similar evaluations before. Just a few things to remember. I know I need to practice Zoom. So what I want to know on the comments is not that I need to get better at Zoom, because I know that, but hopefully I don't like conducting workshops through Zoom. So, that's sort of kind of with COVID where we are, and I like face-to-face interaction, but I have another workshop on July the 15th. Let me sort of kind of give to you what I want in the workshop. And then if you have suggestions for the participants of July the 15th, how I can tweak it and change it. It's virtual. I can't be there with you, so I want interaction. And that doesn't necessarily mean you have to unmute yourself and talk, but to engage the teachers to get them. So if there's a different way to engage, I think I can put all my links on a document and maybe email them out ahead of time, see if Allie or Jessica can email them out. The only issue I have with giving everybody links ahead of time, so I've conducted lots of workshops, and what teachers usually do is they do all their work ahead of time before we do it. So sometimes I don't like doing that, but that's another option I can think of. If there's a different platform that is a free that may be available to other teachers that would be good for this, please share. And I have, plenty of time to work and tweak some of that stuff. So, anyway, so Phil, definitely let me know some different advice, but hopefully through this, that again, the goal of the workshop was how can you teach fiscal policy, and it's not so much the policy as looking at deficits and national debt through the pandemic, through the COVID and the fiscal. So hopefully you've got a little bit of something and how you can share that to your class. But this was definitely new for me. I had never in my life done a workshop through virtual. But I think this whole year has taught us to try lots of new things. So I have sent the link in chat, and I made sure it's to everyone. If you will click on that and complete.
Christy, I'm especially interested in the world history, your world history information.
And once you submit, then I hope you have a great rest of the afternoon. Just make sure you don't log off and anything until you submit in case there are problems. Because again, they need the documentation for CEUs and for your stipend. All right, can y'all hear me? Because I'm not hearing any questions on my end.
We can hear you.
Oh, I just heard you.
Question. Can
Yeah.
you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear now.
Okay. I'm especially interested in your world history information. And you probably told us this, but what is the easiest way to get that?
All right, let me see. I think it's in my Google Drive. I just forgot to put it on that blog, and I can send you the link real quick.
Okay.
Let me, I created, and that's what threw me off a little bit on this workshop. I had 2 Google accounts, one that I created so I could just upload all my lessons, and it kept switching back and forth with me. All right, there we go. All right, so, all right, something is going on here. Oh, duh. Okay, here it is. I'm going to send you I'm just going to post the link. I have 2 that I'll post. One is, it'll have my economics lessons, geography, government, and world history. What I have not done on the other 3 yet is I think, no, I did. I created subfolders. So let's say you want colonialism, you can click on that one. I don't think I have all of my lessons on there yet. I also have a link for the Street Law Institute. If you teach government, and I would suggest, or any kind of civics, and so it doesn't matter if you're just not a government teacher. The Street Law Supreme Court Institute in DC is phenomenal. I would suggest that you apply for that. It's this time 6 years ago, I was in DC, but I also have a link for some different lessons I've done through their activities. So I'll post that link as well. So let me share.
So you're posting in chat?
Yes, I'll just post it there, and then I'll link it. Here it is real quick. And then I'll make sure I get it on my blog for you. All right, so there's the Google Drive for all my lessons, or most of them. I don't think I've updated that. I was trying to do this during this past year, and I was basically recreating all of my lessons to have some kind of technology component because I wasn't making copies. So my goal this summer, now that I'm finally out, is to work on that. Here is also the link for street law. I'll take that back. I only have the 14th Amendment activity in there, so I'll work on getting all that stuff in there. That's not even worth sharing right now. I think I have some new world history stuff. I just haven't uploaded it because I did teach it 2 years ago. I love world history.
Christy, do you mind if we share these with other teachers in our district?
Yeah, go for it. That's why I'm trying to get it on the blog and share the blog so I can try to, send it out to whoever. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Uh-huh.
And then where do we go to do the CEU form?
There is, let me go back up here now. In the chat, I'm going to click on it and then I'll post it again for you so you don't have to scroll. It's a job form. It says form here. All right, try that one right there.
Okay. Okay.
Once we've completed the jot form, are we free to go?
You are. Thank you.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Have a great
Okay.
afternoon.
You too.
So the JOT form is the CEU form. I
Yes.
thought there were two different forms.
Oh, no, ma'am. No,
Okay.
ma'am.
Okay, I'm good then.
Okay.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Thank you, Christy. I really enjoyed it.
So
Thank
they're
you.
gonna email the certificate and are they gonna hard mail the check stipend or?
Probably so. I can text Allie real quick. Let me see.
And are they gonna mail it to school or home address?
I think it's going to be whichever one you put on probably registration.
Okay.
Walker, even
yeah.
when I took these courses, when I've taken these courses before, and even when they weren't, you know, virtual, they would always mail them to your home address.
Okay. So
Thank you. Thank you.
probably home. Yeah.
And I put, we're actually the Diocese of Biloxi, but I put Bay Wayville School District because they didn't have the Diocese of Biloxi. So
Okay.
I'll just share that.
And
Thank
if
you.
you're, have you been in the system before? Or is this your?
I went to a workshop at Southern Miss. I think it was a couple years ago.
Okay, you're probably still in the system then.
Okay.
Well, and the same thing I put, I didn't see Diocese of Biloxi, so I put Hancock County.
Okay.
Okay.
That's fine. They said that your home address, the one that you put on your registration, is where everything's going to be mailed.
Okay, thank you.
Uh-huh.
Hey, Christy, is
Hey.
your school, Germantown, has international business course, right?
Yes and no. I don't think it's really called international. I know we have like business law, but no, I don't think we have business courses, but it's not called international business.
Yeah, it may have been the reason how, but I know it was either between somewhere in the district because I saw a teacher's name. I was going to ask the teacher's name again, but I saw it a while back, the beginning of last year or so.
Do you know the teacher's name?
No, that's what I was asking you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it may be. I know there's a teacher at Ridgeland that's very active in the Econ Council.
Okay, it may have been Ridgeland High.
Ridgeland High School, yeah.
All right, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Christy, do you use the breakout rooms on
The Zoom.
Which one do you use Teams? Do you use the breakout room on Teams?
No, I didn't even know there was a breakout room. Here's the problem that we had with our students is there was no accountability for them to even show up in class. So most of them.
Okay, I understand.
But I am going to play around.
But it will be good for the training for this workshop.
Yes, I
because
think
that way you can because you had a lot of good things where you had us to break out and where you told us to go into the different sections, and that way you will be able to put the or it will randomly put them into a room. And then they'll be able to see each other. Well, discuss with each other.
Good. I'm going to play around with that because I know with econ competitions and stuff, Selena will put them all in breakout rooms. But I was never the host or admin part. So I'll play around with that because I didn't think about that until you put that. And
it's good. I did it in my class.
Okay.
But we were on Google Meet and then we used Canvas.
Okay.
Yeah,
so,
we use Google Meet really the whole time for our students. So
that one too, the Google Meet. There were a lot of teachers that wanted to use Google Classroom, and our district was like, I guess because they contract out or and for security reasons, they were like, but I heard Google Meet was a lot easier.
It is. It's easy, and then we started when the pandemic first took place. They put us on Google Classroom, but then we end up using Google Meet during the regular school year. Yeah. But the breakout rooms were good. Some of the administrators didn't want to use it because they thought the students would not be cooperative in the room of doing the assignment. But because you can pop in each room, they know that they still know that you're still there. So I had success with it.
Okay, I'm going to practice that. I know in Teams, I would record everything. And so whatever was said or, it was always documentation you could go back. But I felt so overwhelmed right when school started that I was just like, I just need to survive at this point. Because I still had face-to-face kids, and then I had those two virtual. So I was just like, oh my God.
Yeah, that's what they did with us. We had both.
Listen, I just hope we can go back to normal. So I'm exhausted.
Well, okay.
But thank you for mentioning that.
Well, thank you. All right. Okay, bye-bye.